with white people. We don't want to kill white man here. How can they be scared of the gun? They are not scared of whoever. They came with theory. When the white man jumps up and down, just say to a white man, one day they don't want to hear. They don't want to be equal with the black person. That is our strategy, our economy. What is the economy? The land, the plants, the mine, and any other strategic sector in the economy. Black is beautiful. Nothing taken no care. That's the beauty of a black man. That's why we are proud to be black, who are proud to be in Africa. And jealous with their skin. Now, however it's done. But how can that go so good? And they see a black skin. That's my let's start praying now. And all those kinds of things. You are ahead of them. You are a fighter because of all kinds of things that EFF until what is your play. I'm saying Dr. Khaled. About the EFF, but a work of Bella, put them advanced hiding to what EFF, how they don't want EFF, little children now are over. It's a EFF. I demand Bella Italy. If I can say it away, not a problem, or that people live in that place. You must continue to fight and tell the truth. Allah is not for Senekal. Particularly when you kill innocent, people who have nothing to do with, we have no time for this now. We have no time for this criminal. We are not here for them. They are for this criminal. They must never confuse us to be friends of criminality in jail. We are here because white arrogance displayed itself on this where it goes. We don't want nonsense here. Here, this street belongs to us. This government everywhere without being scared or being fearful of a white man. You know why? When the white man passed the same way our fathers did, it ended with include the spirit of your tongue. He said, Malema is not his people to cause anarchy in town. You know what it means to say? By his racist father, who says white people, when they roam around town, using those 24 platforms to hide their racism, not blacks, no white. White people like him do not want the white man in town. The black man in town, they need black people to stay in the sheds and the H1 country. I'm representing black people to get out of China. You want to stay in Bloemfontein in town, it must be out of China. You cannot do it. How about the share? You must be successful in everything you do. You know why? Especially when you do things in that. Because every time you fail, they are hitting. The black man for all these years, who's vertical power, all the way, as over now, in the EFF is not over. Think of all of us black people that when you continue and you're going to be charged of grace, that's how you protect. Take responsibility. Protect the black skin, protect the black child, protect the black woman who not behave a successful race. Let us fight to be an exemplary race, a race that you comrade. Don't confuse what you are doing here to be this is the revolution. This is not the only shot. They want to start when I'm a movement. But to tell you this journey, when those who have entered the hall, but two shots, become but they might now two black women. But that day, no life was lost. That day, a bed inside prison, no one escaped. Those people came here into the cells where those two black brothers are. But it to be found. The state was nowhere to be found. But those who died in Marikana, those who were shot and charged for the magistrate, they were in the mountain. There was no public. There was no life for bread. The day they killed the Marikana people, they sent a hedge because they knew what they were going to do. There's no hedge. Despite the fact that the white races and the EFF were threatening each other, there is no hedge to get here. Because they are scared to see the blood of the white man. But in Marikana, they did and look at the video of this was called in Cape Town and Stellenbosch, where there was no harassment at one. There was a white man, not even a white man, a white chap. Instead of the plain Mrs. and the plain Max. That's what happened. The leaders of our general state has, we are here and there's nothing that can do. Our day for they must try us. We don't play this. We don't go about provoking anyone. Sorry, we push fight. Those two short and two black African women in this will not shoot two shots. But not ANC, which is going to say the apology which is not existent. There's never apologize. So why do you go and say, who apologize when and how? Because Africa always so refined of your being apologetic and showing the form. Why did the grandchildren of Rota, of Malan, of the Root, of Ruka, remove? Because that is an African way. The one who come over again and be the one to show one. If one actually bought over, these people are an African. And then see that when they apologize, they must do it the African way. We need to catch it. And today, for a synonym of money, the Nagaselek will never be good. Otherwise, Christian will catch in history. We want a genuine apology which is presented in an African way that will tell you how it is done. Listen to the white intima, sorry, Mr. Malewa, our share, our Utsleri, Kela, and Jacob Gary, pharmacy for and take public school. As I said, sorry, that is not accompanied by any means. And that thing must benefit black people. Now, I'm going to say, I think it's about only by KCB, into the squatter camps, were not in soul. They are a necessity. They campaign that this head must be free of charge. So from today, the company, if we are giving t-shirts, those t-shirts will go for females with sanitary pads. Fighters, thank you very much for your discipline. When you are disciplined, don't think you are a coward. Discipline is not for power. Now we are going to rest nicely. I'll be able to be for the poor, carrying the fight, and no one can corrupt that respect. That's what we came here to teach you. Because if we learn this South Africa, we are stopping it here in Senegal before it becomes a cancer. Many people were scared, many people were threatened. I fought all of them. I knew there were 2 to 1 dead or prison. And the ultimate is to receive parliamentary party. I did not join the struggle to see no one will tell me to not go there. It is dangerous. You must be safe. My people are not safe to us. Nothing happened to us. Stop listening to doomsayers. They know nothing about the revolution. Of heroes about dragons. Of people who are not scared. Here is Gaia. May God cause to deal with a one day. Available black people. So, you said against all of that advice, I salute you for that. I salute you for this grace. I salute you for coming and looking at the life we are spending with our blood, sisters that we defend with our bodies. We are prepared to die for South Africa. Thank you to defend the victims of all those black colors who are scared of white people. Tell them, for as long as they are black, you know that the oppressor is in. When they see a red generation, they must lose. When you leave to face the racism, toe to toe, when they say to you, Papa, Mama, what and violence disappears, when they ban the brave black young children of Africa. You are a great people.
Well, there are 2 short videos that will be playing that are on a different stick. Those videos should be about 5 minutes in total. And then, my Lord, I might suggest, given the time, it might be worth having the tea adjournment after the playing of those videos before Mr. Woods' evidence is called.
That's fine.
Let's put this question. There is no farmer done in Djibouti. There are no white farmers being killed in South Africa.
Seems the appropriate time for us to take the tea break. It's now on my watch, 11:18. Can we be back at 11:30? Thank you very much. Coach Alajen.
May it please the Court, my Lord, I beg leave to call the complainant's first expert witness, Mr. Aaron Ritz. Yes, my Lord, and it also occurs to me that my learned friend spoke to me during the tea adjournment about something that he'd like to raise. It might be worth him raising it first, and then I can address the points in limine. Yes.
Do you mind if I do this? Thanks. May it please the Court, Your Lordship. Before I deal with the question of the point in limine, I want to address you on what Your Lordship asked of me to do, which is to speak to client, particularly Ms. Dendrosi, who is the third respondent, about the tweet that was brought to Your Lordship's attention at Chambers earlier. His response to me is simply this. Those words in his tweet are an extract of the lyrics of the song which is impugned. What that would then suggest to me, Your Lordship, is this. We're happy, of course, with the general statement you gave earlier, but to an extent Your Lordship is inclined to issue a ruling specifically dealing with that tweet, that would be preempting and prejudging the matter in our respectful opinion, because it goes to the question as to whether the statement itself is reprehensible or not. So that's our position in that respect. In relation to the point in limine, your brother Lamont issued a judgment dealing with the question of Dubulibun, and he found that to be hate speech. What transpired since then is that an appeal was brought by the parties in question, including but not limited to the African National Congress. Prior to the appeal being heard, the parties came to an agreement, which agreement was made an order of court. Now, what's the practical consequence of that? There's certainly no doubt as to whether the judgment of your brother still stands or not. It was, of course, substituted by the SCA agreement, which was made an order of court. The real-life question then becomes what of the judgment itself? Our submission is simply this, Your Lordship. The whole intention to the appeal was to attack the judgment itself. And to the extent the appellants were not afforded that opportunity, then the judgment can't be held against them. In any event, judgments don't bind, orders do. So for all intents and purposes, we are here de novo, as if nothing happened. And those are our submissions in relation to the point in limine, which is simply that the initial case has no bearing before Your Lordship, and nothing about that judgment and order binds you.
Does my brother's judgment carry in terms of interpreting the songs that have been sung? And also, it would be interesting, and maybe again here I would like you to start thinking about it.
Yes.
I see when we reached the Supreme Court of Appeal, it was then referred to mediation. I'm not sure whether it was the parties themselves that requested the mediation, or it was the court itself that referred to mediation.
Yes.
Again, in the context of the equality court, or the principles guiding equality, it would maybe help, and I'm not sure whether it's necessarily a direct point, but it seems to me it may be useful to start thinking about whether mediation necessarily is an appropriate process when dealing with fundamental human rights issues. I think it's something that now haven't come across any particular case in South Africa, but I know in America, academics used to argue quite extraneously about the fact that when you start thinking about mediation being used where there has been breach of fundamental human rights, you need to be very cautious. So I'm leaving that as almost a homework for you as we proceed in this case to start thinking about it.
Yes. Well, I'm indebted to this court for that point, and in fact it is an important one. Perhaps I'll foreshadow my later submissions on this point at this particular point. And the point is simply this, Your Lordship. To the extent Your Lordship is inclined to use the judgment of your brother in interpreting what is before you now, there are technical difficulties with that, and they are this. Post that judgment, we've since had the decision of Kwelane coming from the Constitutional Court, which by and large changed how we phrase and frame and interpret Section 10 of Pepuda. To that extent, there might be a shortcoming putting reliance on your brother's judgment because it preceded the now new Section 10. It's precisely for that reason, and the one I've alluded to earlier, why Your Lordship should not be inclined to use that judgment or even make reference to it. As far as mediation is concerned, Your Lordship, of course, we'll take instructions in that respect, and I'm sure my attorney is making notes to that regard. We will liaise with my learned friends and to the court as far as that is concerned. As the court pleases.
In as far as they have raised the issue of the two judgments in the court, as far as we raise those agreement for the understanding agreement or the understanding between the parties, is that their point doesn't stand necessarily for the union, because the action complained about or the course of action is now based on totally new facts. And therefore, the issue of whether Mr. Lozi was part of their judgment,
yes,
for example, becomes irrelevant as far as these proceedings are concerned. And also the fact that that case of Judge Lamont determined the liability of the ANC,
yes,
and not the EFF.
yes.
That point also is irrelevant in as far as these proceedings are concerned, because the course of action and the facts that they rely on happened subsequently to that incident.
Precisely, Your Lordship, and I'm indebted for Your Lordship raising that and bringing that to attention. Firstly, the lyrics in question are completely different. Other than that, Section 10 has since been found unconstitutional to an extent, and for that reason, you can't really rely with respect on your brother's well-reasoned, by the way, judgment.
Okay.
As a court please.
Thank you very much. So, Oppenheimer, I don't think we need to belabor this point. It seems quite clear that...
Yes, my Lord, I thought I would just provide some clarity as to what the complainant's case is. So first of all, to the extent that the Lamont judgment has been overruled by any subsequent judgments, that's a legal matter. And it is the case that the underlying hate speech provisions have been declared unconstitutional by the Constitutional Court in Kwelane, and they've been substituted with a new test, and that is the new test that this case is brought upon. The agreement between the parties, and I'll just state at the time, the agreement was between AfriForum, the African National Congress, and Julius Malema himself as a separate party. And the EFF at the time were not in existence, but it binds Mr. Malema as a party. As I said, this case does not try and seek to hold Mr. Malema in contempt of this agreement. This agreement was made an order of court, but it may be that Mr. Malema is in contempt of the order, and this court then has the power to refer the matter to the NPA for investigation, whether it amounts to contempt of court. But this court cannot itself make a finding as to whether it amounts to contempt.
Can this court refer the matter to the NPA with without affording the EFF an opportunity to address that issue. And I think it becomes pertinent to the point that they have raised. Because if you want to sustain that direction, it then means that then you're standing by what came out of the Supreme Court of Appeal, and you then need to plead that in your papers so that they can have an opportunity to say, well, that's not our understanding of how you approach a mediated agreement or an order arising from that agreement.
Yes, my lord, it is an issue on the papers and is canvassed by both sides. And as I say, the complainant's case is, the EFF does not have to meet the case of defending a contempt. It may be that it has to meet that case separately. In other words, if the NPA, if this court were to exercise its power to refer to the NPA would then have a criminal investigation on that basis, and then all of the defences that could be raised can be raised legitimately by the EFF in that matter. In this case, it is of course open to them to explain why it ought not to be referred to the NPA and why the court ought not to exercise its power on that basis. And that would be a debatable point.
Maybe it's a point that will be dealt with when we come to the stage of argument, but I'll tell you where, and maybe once we reach there, you may want to look at it. Because if you say the contempt issue arises, and this court must apply itself to the contempt issue, then the question is, how have you formulated your pleadings in the current case? And when I read the papers, initially I also thought we're dealing with the contempt case here. But when you read the whole papers, nothing emerges that suggests that EFF is in contempt of the Supreme Court order. And therefore, it looks to me, well, maybe you will deal with it in finally when you argue, but it looks to me that in as far as non-compliance with the Supreme Court order, if at all, that has happened, there are also other technical points that needed to be pleaded, and then maybe we can just look at just broadly those factors that are set out in FACI.
Yes.
Versus in the FACI case. Now, I didn't see anything emerging from your papers that deals with the principles set out in FACI. So then to say to this court, at the end of this hearing, we want you to then issue an order that says the National Prosecuting Authority consider this. As I say, I'm not sure in my mind, but maybe you will address me on that point. But think about it when you address me on that point, that the issue of laying a complaint, I don't understand why would AfriForum not lay that complaint in any way in terms of raising the contempt issue. Because contempt could be a cause of action on its own.
Yes. So, my lord, it could be a freestanding action, or it can be one initiated by the NPA because it is a criminal offence of contempt of the court, not just a breach of an agreement. It is a matter I think best dealt with in argument, but for clarity's sake, no contempt case is being brought currently. This is a fresh case based on the songs that were shown earlier today. It is just mentioned that, as I say, in our prayers at page 22, at paragraph 54 point...
Just give me the case line page number.
Case line page number is page 22.
It's got to be 00 something 22.
Oh.
Just look at the right-hand side at the top of the page. There'll be a red number there.
The red numbering I have is just 22. I wonder if it's all presented as... It might be 00122.
No, it does emerge as 22.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Then, my lord, at paragraph 54.10, 54.10 towards the bottom of the page,
yes.
The complainant seeks the following relief. An order directing the registrar of this honourable court to, within 30 days of judgment, prepare a dossier of the papers filed in this matter, together with a copy of this judgment, and submit a copy of the dossier to the Director of Public Prosecutions, Johannesburg, and another copy to the Attorneys of Record for the complainant. It should then be determined whether the words uttered by the respondent warrant the institution of criminal proceedings on inter alia contempt of court, the crime of incitement in terms of Section 18(2)(b) of the Rights Assemblies Act, and criminal injury. So, because this court, I think it's in terms of Section 21N of Bakuda, has this referral power, that is a prayer that is sought. But all the investigating, in other words, all this court would do is hand over a dossier of the evidence and the judgment, but then the investigating as to whether it amounts to those crimes or whether they ought to be prosecuted is determined by the NPA, not by this court.
Yes. Well, the point I'm making is when I read this paragraph together with the founding affidavit and the background that you gave, this relief seems to be related to what happened subsequent to the order of the Supreme Court of Appeal.
Yes.
And therefore, this will be a relief arising from the current course of action and not related to the previous course of action under the ANC and Mr. Malema. Yes.
Well, my Lord, first of all, it could not, the EFF itself could not be bound by the agreement. It could not be in contempt of the agreement because they did not exist as an organization. Yes. However, Mr. Malema is bound by it. And then the question as to whether it amounts to a breach of the agreement is something that could be considered by the NPA.
Well, yes, I understand that, but still, I seem to be of the view that the formulation of the relief confines you to the subsequent conduct of Mr. Malema. Because the prayer here simply seems to relate to the current application. Nowhere do I see it saying, including contempt of the Supreme Court of Appeal order.
Well, my Lord, the order is attached to the papers. It's, as I say, it is evidence before this court, the original order. But
okay.
Yes, but it might be best to address an argument at the end.
Yeah, look, I think we'll spend a lot of time debating this.
Yes.
I think let's deal with it once we come to the end of the case.
Yes.
Because also by the nature of this court, it's not a court sitting in the ordinary course of dealing with the civil procedures and criminal procedures. This is a court of a wider jurisdiction. Therefore, let's deal with it at the end there. I think what I need to just place on the record is that there is an agreement now that there's no need for this court at this stage to deal with the points in limine raised by the defendant or respondent, that those points still stand, and those points can be considered at the end of the case in the arguments.
As the court pleases.
Thank you.
My Lord, then I beg leave to call Mr. Anstritz as the complainant's first expert witness. My Lord, the witness has a copy of the bundle, and I will be referring to the chapters of this book that have been extracted into the bundle, and at times I may use dual pagination references, the one being the case lines numbering, which starts at page 140, and the book numbering, which starts at page 29, which is chapter 3. And the witness has both available to him.
You're saying it's at page, before we get the witness to sworn in, you're saying the book starts at page 140?
Yes, of the case lines bundle. Is that correct? It should say chapter 3 at the top.
I guess the numbering must be slightly different to the previous one, because when I type in 140, it doesn't come up. Yes, I did not have the case line numbering. Just help us there.
attorney said he can turn on presenter mode. From how I look, 140 is the correct page. On this pagination, it should be marked as ER2.
Because on the section I see, witness bundles is at section 005. Maybe let's move to some time.
Yes, 005 140.
Okay, I'm just asking this because I think it will expedite if we were to work from the case line. In terms, I know you've given me the bundle, the copy of the hard copy.
My lord, does that, at the moment, my attorney's put on presenter mode, does that show correctly on that side?
Okay. Mr. Kasibote, do you find it also with just a number without the prefix to the section?
Yes, Your Lordship. I don't know if my document is corrected itself. It's not 114, it's
140. Yes. Oh, sorry, maybe I'm misspeaking, my lord.
What?
140.
140.
I might have been misheard as 114. I apologize, my lord.
Yes, that's chapter 3.
Yes. Okay, excellent, my lord. I'm glad we're all on the same page.
Well, let me say, we need to learn this faster than we can.
Yes.
And also to avoid giving me this big bundle. They scared me when I came here. I received a message that there are books and bundles. And when I came in on Saturday and I saw these bundles, and I thought, wow, I was scared. But also on a serious note, I think we need to work towards a paperless court. Let's save the bush.
My lord, this is my bundle.
Yes, no, I'm impressed. The trees must survive. Okay, thank you. I think we should start. Let's swear in the witness.
Please state your name and surname for the record.
My name is Ernst Roots.
Do you have to
Ernst Roots. That's okay. So the spelling is E-R-N-S-T. And spelling of my surname is R-O-E-T-S.
Do you have any objection to this report?
No.
You said evidence about to give is the truth, but the whole truth not the truth. If so, raise your right hand and say about the truth.
So help me God.
Mr. Woods, if I could just ask you to introduce yourself and tell us where you currently work and what your background is.
Thank you very much. So, as I said, my name is Ernst Roots. I work at AfriForum. I've been involved with AfriForum pretty much since the beginning. AfriForum was founded in 2006. Back then I was involved with AfriForum Youth, so I wasn't an employee. I've been working as an employee for AfriForum, I believe, since 2011. And so I was involved in, as far as it might be relevant, I was involved in the previous case, the Dubeli Wunu case. My work at AfriForum, or my position is I'm head of policy and action. And that includes that I am responsible for our external communications, for AfriForum's policy positions in terms of our what are AfriForum's views on certain things, and also our campaigns department also respond, I work with our campaigns department directly as well.
And can you tell me what your academic background is?
Yes, so I studied law at the University of Pretoria. I did LLB. I finished, I believe, in 2009. I did my articles and law school and became an attorney. So I am, it's okay. I have been admitted as an attorney, although I don't practice as such. And subsequently I did a master's degree in constitutional law, which I obtained cum laude at the University of Pretoria. My focus was on minority rights, and I am in the final month, you could say, of my LLD. So I'm busy doing a doctorate in law. I'm literally now at the point where I'm just finishing my concluding chapter. So if everything goes well, I'll probably have the degree. I'll probably get the degree either in April or in September.
And then you are the author of the book Kill the Boer, is that correct?
Yes. So the book Kill the Boer is a book written by me. It was published in 2018, and it deals with the phenomenon of farm murders in South Africa.
Can you tell us what processes you used to write that book?
Yes, so I've been involved at AfriForum with our campaign, particularly our campaign against farm murders, since 2012. I've also been, since the beginning, involved with our campaigns against hate speech. Although when we talk about farm murders, there was a particular day when we launched the campaign. It was in August 2012. There wasn't such a day for hate speech. We just became involved with it. So I've been actively involved since 2012 with our campaign against farm murders. I've done many different things. We organized protest marches. We've done research. I've worked with, I'm sure it's safe to say, dozens of victims of these attacks. And so I've been working on this. It's been one of my core functions at AfriForum. So the book is a result of my actual experience on this issue, but also research. So I particularly went through the effort to read everything I can find about farm murders. I don't think that there has been a study about farm murders that I haven't read, unless there's been some recent studies. So I went through a lot of effort because I know the topic is quite controversial, and it tends to be downplayed to an extent. In my process of writing the book, I made sure that I use source references throughout. And I remember the book has more than 1,000 source references. So the book was a process. It took me 3 years to write, and it was an extensive period of not only working in the field, but reading and doing research on the topic.
And all of those source references are contained in the book, is that correct?
That's correct. All the source references are in the book.
Can you give us a brief overview of what the contents of the book are?
Yes. So the book is divided into 3 parts. The first part is about the actual problem of farm murders, trying to understand what it is. Farm murders and farm attacks, I use both terms. Of course, farm attack is properly defined. I'm sure we'll get to that. A farm murder is basically an attack, a murder that happens during a farm attack. And in brief, my argument in part 1 of the book is that farm attacks, the phenomenon of farm attacks or farm murders, is a very unique crime phenomenon for 4 reasons. The first reason is that the frequency thereof, the numbers of the attacks. The second reason is the unique levels of brutality. The third reason is the unique role that farmers play in society, which includes, for example, the economic impact of these attacks. And then the fourth reason is just the practical realities. In other words, the fact that farmers live far away from their neighbors, far away from police stations, and so forth. So that's part 1 of the book. Part 2 is then what I call Zeitgeist, which is a German word, which means a popular German word, which means the spirit of the times. So part 2 is about hate speech. It's about the political dimension of farm murders. So I deal with issues such as racism, the accusation or the extent to which farmers abuse their workers. There's been a lot published on that. Land reform, the issue about land reform, I write quite a bit about, for example, the economic freedom fighters, the EFF, and so forth. So that's part 2 of the book. And then part 3 is an attempt to put forth certain solutions. So I say, here are what we believe the government should be doing, what the government isn't doing, and here are what people can do. So we're not only waiting for government to fix the problem. There's a lot of stuff that ordinary people can just do, people in rural communities and so forth, to look after their own safety better. And so here's a list of things that people should be doing to make these attacks, to ensure that these attacks decrease.
I'd then like to start at chapter 3 of your book. This is page 140 of the bundle and page 29 of the book. This chapter is entitled Frequency, What Are the Numbers? If you could guide us through that to give us a sense of what those numbers are with regards to farm attacks and farm murders.
Sure. My lord, if it's okay, I have the bundle, but it's easier and quicker for me just to use the book as a reference. So I'll be referencing the pages unless you would prefer me to go through the bundle. So I just want to ensure the question is for me just to give a brief overview of what Chapter 3 is about.
Yes, and then we'll go through it slowly as well. But
Yes.
if we can start with an overview and then...
Okay. So the question about Chapter 3 is about the frequency of the attacks. You will remember I said that one of the reasons why this phenomenon is so unique and why we say it should be regarded as a priority crime is because of the frequency. The thing with the frequency is it's a very controversial and hotly debated topic, the numbers. And there are a bunch of difficulties in calculating the numbers, and we can go into that. So Chapter 3 is about discussing why it's so controversial to determine, to calculate the numbers in terms of these farm attacks, and then what I did in Chapter 3 was to get the most credible numbers that are available. I say this particularly throughout the book, that my approach was very conservative, and what I mean by that is I only work with numbers that we can prove. So, for example, when we say there were 2,000 farm murders, I mean there were 2,000 farm murders for which we actually have the names of the victims, which means the actual numbers would be much higher. So what Chapter 3 is about broadly is there's a discussion of the different sources for the extent of the attacks, and I mainly deal with the numbers that have been published by the police, by the South Africa Police Service, and I discuss that. The most important graph there is the graph on page 33 of the book, which we might discuss. And then also I deal with statistics released by AfriForum and Tau SA, the agricultural union, and I then discuss the per 100,000 ratio, because it's one thing to give raw numbers, but in dealing with a crime phenomenon like this, you work with ratios. You say, for example, how many, like the murder rate in South Africa, we can say there have been 20,000 murders, but that doesn't say a lot if you don't know how many people live in the country. So the murder rate in South Africa, the general murder rate is around 35 per 100,000. So I then deal with the per 100,000 ratio for farm murders. I might just add, at the end of the chapter, I then conclude by mentioning how I think the figures could be refined even more.
I can ask you to turn to page 30 of your book. You state that there are currently 5 main sources of data that include statistics on farm attacks and farm murders. Could you tell us what those sources are?
Yes. So I can go through the list and say something about each. So in 2003, a quite comprehensive study was published, and there's an interesting history behind that study. But a study was published it's known as the Committee of Inquiry or Commission of Inquiry into Farm Attacks. And it was quite a lengthy, several hundred pages report, and that report contained a bunch of statistics, which, if I recall, was collected from the police and other sources. Then the South African Police Service have published reports for several years. It's important to mention that there was a statistic gap. There are 3 years for which we don't have numbers. Then there has been, other than the annual police reports, there have been some individual statements, like media statements published by the Minister of Police, for example, or questions in Parliament that were asked about the extent of farm murders, and then the Minister of Police would respond. So there have been individual statements, you could say, by the South African Police Service. Then the fourth source that I mention here is data compiled by Tau SA, the agricultural union, and AfriForum itself. And then the fifth one is KwaNalu, KwaZulu-Natal Agricultural Union, which is an agricultural union, particularly in KZN, who have gone through quite some effort to calculate, to gather statistics, particularly for their province and their area, and have published reports on farm attacks as well. Yes, I misspoke, my lord. It's a committee of inquiry. It's not a commission, it was a committee.
Mr. Rutset, you mentioned that Tau and AfriForum compile their own data. Could you explain how that data is compiled?
Yes. So Tau SA is it's a very old agricultural union. I believe it's been in existence for more than 100 years. They have been collecting these numbers for quite some time, long before AfriForum has existed. I think they started in 1990, 1990. And AfriForum, as I said, started in 2006. So the way I can tell you how we calculate the numbers now is we use several sources. One is media reports. So we have a media team. We are subscribed to a variety of news outlets, and we monitor the media for news about such events. We then verify that. We try to make contact with the families, which we do in most of these cases, or with the police. I'll get to that now. So media reports is an important source. Also, sometimes we get information through our members. We have, at the moment, 296,000 members. And then what we also do, we do have a good relationship with the South African Police Service. We meet with them regularly, or as regular as we can, to discuss also this crime phenomenon, and we sometimes exchange data. So they would provide us with a list of such incidents, and we would provide them with our list, and we would correlate. And oftentimes we would find that we are aware of certain cases that are not on their list. That doesn't mean that the police are not aware of the case, but sometimes a farm attack would happen, and it's not indicated as such by the police. So when they give feedback about farm attacks or farm murders, they exclude some cases. And we would say, well, this was actually a farm attack that you dealt with in Limpopo, for example. And then sometimes it's the other way around, where the police would inform us about farm attacks or farm murders that happened that we were not aware of. So then we try to make our numbers as complete as possible. And maybe one other thing I could say, which is important, is that sometimes we have to go back and correct older statistics. What might happen is sometimes a victim would die long after the incident. He would die from injuries or sickness, or a person would be in a coma for several months and then eventually pass away. And then it means that incident that was marked as a farm attack is now actually a farm murder. Or evidence would come up to say, well, this incident that we didn't know was a farm attack was actually a farm attack because it complies with the definition, or the other way around. We thought it was a farm attack, but it doesn't comply with the definition, so we take it off. So we try to make it as complete as we can.
What is the definition for a farm attack or for a farm murder?
Yes, there has been, the definition has evolved over time, but there's broad consensus. I can explain to you the definition, or if you want me, I can read it to you, which is probably better, so that you have the correct wording. I'll just get you the correct definition. Here we go. The definition I used in the book is, it was updated with slight changes in the National Rural Safety Strategy that was published by the police in 2011. And according to the National Rural Safety Strategy, the definition of a farm attack, the one published in 11, the definition is the following. Acts of violence against persons on farms and small holdings refer to acts aimed at persons residing on, working on, or visiting farms and small holdings, whether with the intent to murder, rape, rob, or to inflict bodily harm. In addition, all acts of violence against the infrastructure and property in the rural community aimed at disrupting legal farming activities as a commercial concern, whether the motives are related to ideology, land disputes, land issues, revenge, grievances, racist concerns, or intimidation are included. In the book, this is on page 20 and 21. I'm not sure what the page number in the bundle would be.
At page 30 of the book, in the middle, you have a section, data released by the Committee of Inquiry into Farm Attacks in 2003. Can you take us through that data?
Well, it's a short passage, it's a short paragraph, so maybe it's best if I just read it. It's about 2 sentences, it seems. So in the report of the Committee of Inquiry on Farm Attacks, it is stated that in the year 1991, there were 327 farm attacks, which resulted in 66 farm murders. 10 years later, in 2001, a total of 1,011 farm attacks were committed, resulting in 147 farm murders. This amounts to an increase of 209% in farm attacks and an increase of 122% in farm murders. During these 11 years, 6,122 farm attacks and 1,254 farm murders were committed.
You mentioned that SAPS released data from 2001, 2007. What was that data?
Yes, so the police have released data, as I said, on several occasions. The best, well, as I said, sometimes usually it would be released annually, although there was quite some time, especially at the time of writing this book, when it wasn't released. And there's been some controversy over that as to why does the police not release these statistics. And there's an argument about that. Since then, they have been releasing the statistics again, although it's sort of on an ad hoc basis. So it's not with the annual crime statistics. We believe it should be. But there's not a secrecy regarding the statistics anymore, which is something we did have, let's say, 5 years ago. And the police have released numbers on several occasions. I would say the best, I don't know if I'm going ahead of you, but I would say the best to work with, if we work with the police statistics, is the graph that is on page 33 of the book. 33. That's figure 2 in the book.
Can I then ask you to take us through that graph?
Yes. So you'll see the graph, as I said, is on page 33. It's figure 2. You'll see there's a statistics gap for 3 years. So those are the years for which no statistics have been released. And so there are 2 lines on the graph. The one is a line for farm attacks, and then the other one is a line for farm murders. So obviously the line for farm attacks would be higher, because oftentimes there are farm attacks where there are no murders. But then there are also cases where a farm attack could be committed where more than one person is murdered. But in general, we see that there are many more farm attacks than farm murders. So, and also the numbers go up and down. It's like looking at a graph of the stock market or something. And what we can see there is the graph doesn't start in 1990, it starts in 1996. But you can see there was a sharp increase. That's when people became aware of this phenomenon. It wasn't really a phenomenon in the 1980s, for example. And there was a peak in, I believe it was the year 2001, when there were more than 1,000 farm attacks, according to the police's data, in 1 year. And in the year before, there were 147 farm murders, according to the police. What we can see in that graph is while the low point or high point, depending on how you want to describe it, the years in which the numbers were at its worst was around the turn of the millennium, around the year 2000. We then had a gradual decrease, and then about 5 years ago, the numbers started increasing again. So this book was published in 2018, but the numbers have been increasing since then. So you can clearly see, if you look at more recent numbers, there's an upwards variant in terms of the attacks.
So if I look at that graph, the last 2 figures on the far right have an amount of 446 farm attacks and 49 farm murders, and then the subsequent year is 638 attacks and 74 murders. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And those are for the years of 2014, 2015, and 2016 and 2017.
Yes, that's a 1 year difference. Yeah.
What has been the trend since then?
If you want, during the break or so, I can get you the exact numbers, but the trend has been an upwards variance. I'm not aware, or I haven't seen the exact numbers for last year. I do know that our team has been working on it, and we intend to publish a report probably within the next month. What was interesting, obviously COVID had a disruption in many levels, spheres of society, and also in terms of crime and farm attacks. During the, you could call it the hard lockdown, there were virtually zero farm attacks. There were very few. Initially we thought there were zero, and then we were able to count a few that actually did happen. But very few, almost zero. And then during the year 2020, towards the end of the year, the numbers started skyrocketing. And it's as if, I remember during a press conference, I made the comment that it's as if the farm attackers are now catching up, trying to catch up for the attacks that haven't been committed during COVID. So there was a quite significant, sharp increase in the attacks towards the end of 2020. And I would be hesitant to discuss 2021 at this stage because, as I said, our researchers are currently refining the figures for that year.
So you've discussed the SAPS data. Could you take us through the data that was released by AfriForum and TAL?
Yes. If I can make just one more comment about the police numbers, which is something I should have said. And I think we get asked the question a lot, so how often do these attacks happen? And as I mentioned, it varies. It goes up and down. So the best, most credible answer I can give to that question about the police's data is on page 34 of the book. It's the paragraph in the middle of the page, which is one of the most important paragraphs in the book, I would say. Maybe I should just read that paragraph if it's okay. It says so I'm referencing the different sources that have been published by the police, the annual statistics and also individual reports. And then I say, if the reference by the SAPS to at least 12,245 farm attacks and 1,700 farm murders in 21 years is used, and if the 3-year statistics gap for which no statistics allegedly exist is excluded, this would imply an average of 680 attacks and 94 farm murders per year, or 1.9 farm attacks per day and 1.8 farm murders per week. So in other words, over a 2 decades time frame, the average was, you could round it off to say the average is 2 farm attacks per day in South Africa, 2 farm murders per week in South Africa.
To put that into context,
if you round it off, let me use the exact numbers. The average would be 1.9 farm attacks per day in South Africa over a 20-year period, according to the police, and 1.8 farm murders per week.
For the sake of context, this trial is set down for a period of 10 court days. If that average is used for that time, how many attacks would there be and how many murders would there be?
Well, if we add the weekends, because many of these attacks tend to happen over weekends, and we talk about 2 weeks, in other words, 14 days, you can make the calculation. It would be, if we're talking about 2 weeks, it would be 4 farm murders. If the average still maintains, if we stick to the average, means during this trial, 4 farm murders, or 4 people would be murdered during farm attacks. And during this trial, every day of this trial, there would be on average 2 farm attacks. So while we're sitting here, the first one probably have happened already, and then this afternoon a second one would happen if we use that, if we go with that average. And then the same pattern would go for every day.
If I can then ask you to turn to the data that's been released by AfriForum and TAL. Could you tell us about that data and how it's compiled?
Yes. The important graph there is the graph on page 37. And I think the important thing also to mention, 37 of the book that is, that's figure 3, is that AfriForum's approach, and I can't speak for Tau SA, but I know more or less what their position is. It's their approach as well. I can take the liberty to say it's not that we're trying to collect this data in competition with the police or to try to prove the police wrong. Our approach is to be a stakeholder and a contributing party in the fight against farm murders. That's why we work with the police as far as we can. And we have found that there's significant value in collecting the data ourselves as well, because sometimes we find that the police miss cases. There was this problem of the police just simply refusing to release these numbers earlier, which also made it even more important for us. Now we try to work with the police. We don't meet as often as we would like, but we do meet with senior members of the police about this. And we collect the data, I think I mentioned this already, through media reports, through discussions with the police, through members of AfriForum contacting us, and then we try to we verify these cases and we add them to our database.
Could you then take us through that graph?
Yes. So there's a graph on page 37. That's figure 2. It's developed along the same lines as the police's graph. There's one thing I'll mention this now. I'll just mention the sharp increase towards the end of the graph. It's also the blue line in the graph is an indication of farm attacks, and the red line or the orange line is an indication of farm murders. Now, for this, our list is very comprehensive. So if we say there was 184 farm attacks in a year, we mean that we have a database with, or a spreadsheet, however you want to frame it, with 184 entries to say this, on this date, at this time, this farm was attacked, and if we include as many data as we can. This was the amount of victims, this was the amount of attackers, this is the time it happened, this is the weapons they used, this is the modus operandi they used. So we include all of that. We also add, when it has been reported in the media, which doesn't always happen, we add links also to news reports. So our list is very, very comprehensive in terms of the information about every incident. And if we say there were 79 murders in a year, we have a list with the names of 79 people who have been murdered during farm attacks. I think it's important to say something about the graph, the sharp increase towards the end. Well, let me just say something about the numbers. You would see that on our graph, the numbers for the attacks are closer to the numbers for the murders. The gap between the attacks and the murders are not that as big as the police's numbers. And there's a very good reason, therefore, that is that, especially because farm attacks happen so often, that especially when someone is not murdered or tortured during one of these attacks, oftentimes it just passes by without people knowing. It's almost like rape. We do know, we have statistics about rape in South Africa, but we know that the actual number would be much higher. We know that there's this big shadow figure of incidents that are not reported, that obviously doesn't go to the media. I'm not sure, I cannot say that it's worse with farm murders, but you have the same phenomenon there. But I have personally spoken with people who said, yes, there was a farm attack on my farm, but I didn't go to the police. And obviously we encourage people to do that. So our capacity to get numbers for farm attacks is slightly more limited than that of the police, because when it's reported to the police, it's on their database. But our numbers for the murders are quite close to the police's numbers. And then lastly, maybe just something about the sharp increase. That does not mean, you'll see in the blue line, there's a sharp increase, in other words, the farm attacks from the year 2011. That does not necessarily mean that the attacks themselves have increased to that extent. It's probably an indication that our ability to collect the data has significantly improved. So I would personally not pay too much, I would not make too many conclusions from the blue line, the line for the farm attacks, because there are some, not irregularities, there are many questions, unanswered questions about the attacks. But the numbers for the farm murders is fairly credible. And we have found that sometimes in certain years, we would have more names of people who have been murdered than the police. for people doing, people murdered during farm attacks. And that does not necessarily mean that the police was not aware of that case. It might be that the police investigated that. It might even be that the people have been, the murderers have been convicted and they're already in prison. It usually means that it wasn't noted as a farm attack or a farm murder by the police. So according to their farm murders data, it's not included, while it would be included with their murders data. So we try to correlate to make sure that the police's data is as complete as it can be as well. Yes. It does not necessarily mean that the attacks actually, it probably does mean that the attacks increased, but not as significantly as the graph indicates. It's rather an indication that our ability to collect the data has increased. So we are now much better at making sure that we get the data. Now that we have a better ability to collect the data, we are aware of more cases, while previously we were not aware of that many cases. So that's why you'll see there's a trend in the attacks, an upward surge. And I don't want to mislead the court to believe that there was a significant spike or a spike to this extent in those years.
Can I ask you this? Is the implication of what you've said that before that surge in numbers, that there is an undercounting of farm attacks for the prior period?
Yes, there's definitely an undercounting. There's not an overcounting of farm attacks. As I said, our approach is very conservative. I can get farm attacks would be much higher. The actual numbers of farm attacks is certainly higher than 2 per day. As I said earlier, we just don't know how much higher. When we say 2 per day, we're saying that's the amount of cases that were reported to the police and were also noted by the police as a farm attack. That doesn't always happen. We don't, and in terms of the murders as well, we sometimes an attack would take place and afterwards, as I mentioned, the person would die from the injuries, and sometimes we're not aware of that. So we would simply think it's a farm attack when in fact it was a farm murder. So to give you the short answer, the actual number for farm murders would definitely be higher than ours, but it would be slightly higher. The actual number for farm attacks would definitely be higher, but it would be much higher.
So from what I understand, your approach has been to err on the side of keeping the number low.
Yes, that's exactly what we've been doing, to try to be conservative so that if we have been proven wrong in our numbers, it can only be that we've been wrong in the extent that the actual numbers are much higher, so that we cannot be accused of just committing propaganda or trying to get a political message out or something like that. So we deliberately make an effort to be as conservative as we can, to make sure that we have as much, that our numbers are as accurately as possible, but that if we err, it would be on the side of downplaying rather than exaggerating.
Can you tell us a bit about that verification process? How do you determine whether a particular instance qualifies as a farm attack?
Yes. So there would be cases where we would consider something a farm attack, and then we would find out that, for example, it was a case of domestic violence. And I did not mention this earlier, but there are certain things that have been, by the police, particularly excluded from the definition of a farm attack. So if there's social fabric crimes are excluded. If there's a drunken brawl on a farm, that's not a farm attack. If a husband or a wife, assault each other, it's still a crime, but it doesn't comply with the definition of a farm attack. So sometimes we would think this has been a farm attack, and then we find out, it was actually domestic violence, or it was the spouse getting a hitman to kill, her husband or something. Then we would have to go back and say, okay, well, no, this wasn't, so the numbers is -1. But the process of verifying, the most important sources is credible media reports. When I say credible, I mean media outlets that are generally used in South Africa as a source of news. There are many blogs that report on farm murders or that do blog posts about farm murders that we don't know if it's credible or not. So credible news reports and speaking with the police. Then there's another source that I haven't mentioned yet, which is in terms of our communication with the victims. We also have a trauma unit at AfriForum with, I believe, 4 full-time employees who do trauma counseling for the victims, who assist them with preparing for courts, the court procedure, and so forth. So, and we also have more or less 150, let's say between 130 and 150 branches across the country. So our branches would also inform us, and through our trauma unit, they would also make sure that we have the accurate numbers.
At page 33 of your book, underneath that figure 2 graph, you have an asterisk, and it relates to who counts as a farm murder victim. Could you take us through that?
The asterisk on page 33?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, this is, I just want to make sure. Yeah, and this is the reason why the debate about the statistics is so controversial, because it becomes very difficult to calculate if you consider that any person can be a victim of a farm attack or a farm murder. You don't necessarily need to be a farmer. I live in Gauteng, I live in a city, but I can go to a farm and I can be attacked while I'm there as a visitor on the farm, and it would still be a farm attack. So what I say then, the asterisk is, it should also be considered that of all of the 1,700 people who were murdered were not necessarily commercial farmers, given that family members, visitors on the farm, or farm workers can also be the victims of farm murders. So someone can come onto a farm and murder a farm worker, and it would still be a farm murder. And someone can visit a farm, and it would be a farm murder. It can be a spouse, or let's say a wife of a farm worker, or a husband of a farm worker who's murdered, or a parent or a child, and that would still count as a farm attack or a farm murder.
At page 35 of your book, you reference another book called The Land of Sorrow. Could you tell us about that book?
Yes. Land of Sorrow is a book that was published. There are 2 editions of the book. Actually, I think last week we had a discussion on whether we should not work to publish a 3rd version. But Land of Sorrow is a book about farm murders in South Africa. But it's not analytical. It's not like a research paper. The entire book is a list of the names of the victims and what happened with them. So there would be a short paragraph about each incident. So the book would, for example, say 5 June 2012, and then it would say Arina Miller was murdered on a small holding outside Centurion, and then there might be a small description. So that's the extent of the book. It's a book that's this thick. The later version, the 2012 version, I believe, is even thicker, or 2014. I can't remember the exact years. It's in the book, but it's literally just a name, just a list of incidents.
Are you aware of the Holocaust Museum Yad Vashem in Jerusalem?
I am aware of it, yes. I've been to the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C., not the one in Jerusalem, but I'm aware of it, yes.
Are you aware of them using a similar practice to document people that were killed during the Holocaust?
I'm not sure if I'm aware of it. I might have been informed about that. But I do know, well, yes, I am, because in the Washington Holocaust Museum, they have a very interesting way of documenting the attacks. When you go into the museum, they give you, it's very much like I mentioned in the book, they give you a small card, which is one of these paragraphs, usually with a picture of one of the victims, and then they explain this person who was killed in this way. And then you sort of represent that one victim as you walk through the museum, and there are all different ways in which you can see the extent of the atrocities.
We've spoken quite a bit about statistics, and you've mentioned that you've recorded names and events. What is the purpose of having a name for a number?
Yes, it's very important to add names where we can. Sometimes we have to be cautious, so out of respect to the families or the victims of the families, and we do find that sometimes the families of the victims, especially when there was a murder, don't want to talk about it. and it's their way of dealing with the pain. And then in other cases, we find that people become activists. They want to go, they want to do media interviews, they want to talk to as many people as they can. But the problem with this, and that's the problem with a chapter like this, where you go into the analytics of a crime phenomenon, is you forget the faces and the names behind this phenomenon. It's the same with rape statistics, as I mentioned, which can be very controversial, and there's this debate about what's the true extent of it. But behind every single case, there was a very, very serious incident, and people whose lives have been destroyed as a result of that. So the point is, it's important to have the discussion about the statistics, because that's the analytical side of the crime phenomenon. It shows to us that you're not making something up, it's an actual problem. But it can become heartless if you only talk about statistics. So the point of, and that's why throughout the book, I tried to use, I interviewed several of the victims, and there are also several photos of some of the victims. We don't use, I don't know if this is relevant, but I might say we don't use the crime scene photos. You can find a lot of those online. We don't use that as AfriForum. We have a very strong policy not to do that, out of respect for the victims. So we would use photos of the people when they were, before the incident happened.
At page 38 of your book, you have a section about working with ratios. Can you explain to us how you can translate a raw number into a ratio,
Yeah.
and what the purpose of the ratio is?
So this is exactly where the discussion about the extent of the problem becomes controversial, because it's one thing to say that 100 people were murdered during farm attacks in a year, but it says, in actual fact, it says very little if you don't know how many people could potentially be the victims. If there are 100 farms in South Africa and there were 100 farm murders, it's a very, very, very serious problem. If there are 1 million farms, it's something else. But the reason why it's very difficult is because, well, before I explain why it's difficult, let me just first say the point then, or the way to solve that problem, is to work out a ratio. So, and then you can compare things. You can compare different countries by saying, even though they have different populations, you can say, you can compare the murder ratio for different countries and say South Africa is 35 per 100,000, USA is 6 per 100,000, even though there are more than 300 million people. And then you can say, what are your chances of being murdered if you're a US citizen as opposed to a South African citizen? So ideally, when we talk about farm attacks and farm murders, you want to work with ratios, not just raw numbers. Or you have to use the raw numbers, but then calculate the ratios. But that's where it becomes difficult, because, as I said, anyone can potentially be a victim of a farm murder. So what is your baseline? If you do the ratio, you have to say, you have to have a teller and a noemer, as you say in Afrikaans. You have to put a number on top of the divider and then a number below. And the number on top is quite, fairly easy. That's the number of people who have been murdered. But what's the number you put at the bottom? You can't take the number of people who live on farms in South Africa, because people who don't live on farms can also be the victims. So what we then do, and that's why a lot of people say it's impossible to calculate the ratio. But I don't think it's impossible. You can get very close if you just make sure that you have a proper calculation. And the best calculation we can come up with is to say not how many people live on farms, but how many commercial farmers are there in South Africa. And so then we say, okay, how many commercial farmers are there? And then we say, okay, how many of the people who have been murdered were commercial farmers? And then you can work with two numbers that speak with each other. So how many commercial farmers were murdered during farm murders? How many commercial farmers are there? And then you can start making a calculation. Obviously, that doesn't include everyone, but it's the most accurate calculation that I'm aware of that you can make.
So, for clarity, would that be a farmer murder rate?
That's correct. So it's better to describe that as the farmer murder rate, yes. So that would then exclude if a child is murdered on a farm, you don't count that, because it just becomes almost impossible to calculate the ratio if you count all the victims. I hope that makes sense.
So for clarity, if I understand it, that in the graphs we've discussed thus far, you're including raw numbers, and that would include children, the farmers, the farm workers, and visitors to the farm. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But when we talk about ratios, it's a limited subset of the data referring to the farmers only. in relation to how many of them are murdered and how many of them are.
That's correct.
You stated earlier that one of the reasons why ratios are useful is for a sense of comparison to other countries and to other kinds of crime phenomenon. At the bottom of page 38, you have a paragraph there about the murder rate or the number of people that were murdered in South Africa during 2007-2008. Could you take us through that?
So the paragraph there at the bottom of page 38 says, during the year of 2007 to 2008, about 50.4 people were murdered on average every day in South Africa. This number declined each year to about 42.6 in 2011 to 2012, and then increased again each year up to 52.1 murders per day on average for the whole of 2016 to 2017. This amounts to one murder every 28 minutes.
And then you have a graph at figure 4. Can you take us through that?
Yes, so the graph is the police statistics that have been, that's the annual murder rate published each year. On page 41, you will see it looks slightly similar to the previous one, although it goes down a bit towards, it doesn't go down, but it doesn't increase that sharply. And the reason, one of the reasons, therefore, is because there's a population growth in South Africa. So it's one thing to say we have more murders every year. But you can say that, but you should also consider that the population is also growing. So then you make that calculation. How many people are there in the country and how many have been murdered? And if you do that for each year, you get to a per 100,000 ratio. And for the last year that I used in this book, it was 34.1. So, in other words, you can say there were 19,016 murders in South Africa. If you then divide that by the amount of people in South Africa and you multiply it to get to 100,000, that means that out of every 100,000 people in this country, 34.1 were murdered.
So if I understand the point, it's that there's a uptick in that first graph, figure 4. The gradient is very firmly up. But it's less of an uptick in the ratio graph, and the explanation for that is because there has been a growth in South Africa's population.
Yes, that's correct.
So, in other words, if the number of murders remained constant and the number of people in South Africa went up, the murder rate would go down.
Yes, exactly.
And if the number of people in South Africa, the population reduced, and the number of murders remained the same, then the murder rate would go up.
Yes, exactly.
Can you give us a sense of I think it's at page 42, you have a graph there, figure 6, of the murder rate for a selection of different countries. Can you give us a sense of where South Africa fits in relation to the rest of the world?
Yes, so there's been a debate about the label murder capital. We sometimes hear people say South Africa is the murder capital of the world. And it's not necessarily true. There are countries, like countries in South America and so forth, where you could say, well, actually, Venezuela might be the murder capital, or one of those countries, or you could say Colombia, or whichever, one of those countries, just in terms of sheer murders. But what this graph is, I see Colombia is actually on this graph, is just a variety of different countries that might be of interest to the reader, to say, okay, well, what's the murder rate in that country? So in other words, the murder rate per 100,000. So you can say, if all of these countries had only 100,000 people living there, how many people would have been murdered? And then you'll see a country like Switzerland is 0.6. It has very few murders. Spain, 0.8. And then there are several countries, the USA, actually the number there is 4.6. I mentioned 6 earlier. The reason why I said 6 is that's the global average. So the global average is 6 people per 100,000 per year. And then you can go up the list and you can come to South Africa, and for that year it was 34.1 per 100,000. The latest number that I'm aware of is 35 per 100,000.
You then, at the following page, at page 43, you have a map of the world. What is the map?
Is the question, what is the map?
Yeah,
So
yes.
So it's a map of the world by homicide rate, or you can say murder rate. And it's, the countries are colored in according to the extent, according to the murder rate for that country. So the darker the country, the darker red, the higher the murder rate. And then the most, the darkest red are the countries with more than 30 per 100,000. And then the lightest would be between 0 and 3. And then, as I said, the map actually shows what I just said in your previous question is South Africa, you'll see, is very high. It's dark red. And then there are some other countries, such as in the northern part of South America, there's also a very high, there tends to be a very high murder rate as well.
On the following...
No, this is, my lord, this is the general murder rate. So this is not farm murders in particular, it's murders in a country. It doesn't matter who the victim is, any person who was murdered.
If I can ask you to turn to the following page, if you could just read that opening paragraph.
This, you're talking about page 44 in the book?
Yes.
And you want the first paragraph?
Yes.
Okay. According to Ernst Janowski, head of ABSA Agribusiness, there were about 128,000 commercial farmers in South Africa in 1980. This number had dropped to 58,000 in 1997, and then again to below 40,000 in 2011. Predictions are that this number will drop to below 15,000 more or less by 2025. The exact number of commercial farmers in South Africa is a debated topic. Johan Burger, Senior Research Consultant at the Institute for Security Studies, recommends using the 2007 Census of Commercial Agriculture as a frame of reference. The census recorded that there were 32,375 commercial farmers in South Africa. This figure cannot be used as a baseline for comparing, and this is the point I made earlier. You can say that there are 32,375 commercial farmers, but you cannot use this figure as a baseline for comparing the total number of farm murders, as all who are murdered on farms are not necessarily commercial farmers. To calculate the rate at which commercial farmers are murdered, we would need to determine how many of the victims of farm murders are commercial farmers, as opposed to their family members or their staff or visitors to farms. This is what Tau SA and the ISS have attempted on several occasions. Using these figures, the murder rate of South Africa's commercial farmers, or the farmer murder rate, was calculated at 98.8 per 100,000 in 2011, 132.8 per 100,000 in 2014, and 156 per 100,000 in 2016.
My Lord, I see that it is now 1 o'clock. This may be an appropriate time for an adjournment. If we could have the full hour, just because I haven't eaten, and I know that there may be delays with mothers. Yes. As the court pleases.
SA and the ISS have attempted on several occasions. Using these figures, the murder rate of South Africa's commercial farmers, or the farmer murder rate, was calculated at 98.8 per 100,000 in 2011, 132.8 per 100,000 in 2014, and 156 per 100,000 in 2016.
Can you take us through how those ratios are calculated?
Yes. So these ratios, the ones I mentioned, I read out here, have been controversial because the criticism to the numbers were that we should remember that there are a bunch of variables that we should consider when we're talking about farm murders. But the attempt here was at least to say, okay, more or less, how many commercial farmers are there, and how many commercial farmers have been murdered, and then try to calculate that ratio. The mistake that we can make is to say how many farm murders were there, and then divide that by the amount of commercial farmers, because as I said earlier, people can be victims of farm murders even though they weren't necessarily commercial farmers.
Yes, so in other words, if you included victims who were visitors or who were farm workers, it would overestimate the ratio because there'd be more murders.
Yes, it would skew the figures. In other words, it would present the problem as worse than it really is. If you count everyone who's been murdered on a farm and you divide that by the amount of farmers, the calculation doesn't make sense.
Yes. So then, what is the best way to then work out the true ratio?
There's maybe the best way for me is to read to you a paragraph where I explain what I think is the best way, and that is just on the next page 45 in the book, which I would also say is one of the most important paragraphs in the book. It's the paragraph that starts with these calculations. So I'm referring to how do you calculate the farmer murder rate, and I say these calculations, I'm saying that it's not really impossible to reach at least plausible range estimates. Then I'm saying these calculations should be based on the number of likely commercial farmers and the proportion of the victims of farm murders who are in fact the commercial farmers. An analysis of 1,937 victims of farm murders by TAU SA, that's the Agricultural Union, has indicated that 1,255, that's 64.8% of the victims were the farmers themselves. We might, for example, use a breakdown by ANI, that's the AfriForum Research Institute, for the financial year of 2016 to 17, which revealed that 43 of the 74 farm murders committed in that year occurred on farms as opposed to small holdings. That's another variable that you need to consider. We can then multiply that number by 64.8% to reach a closer estimate of the number of victims who were in fact farmers and not families, visitors or laborers. We can then estimate the number of commercial farmers to be somewhere between 30 and 35,000. Considering all of these, the farmer murder rate for that year could be estimated to be somewhere between 79.6 and 92.9 per 100,000.
Now, if you are to compare that rate to other crimes, how does it compare?
Well, it's extremely high if you compare that. In fact, there's I mentioned earlier the general murder rate in South Africa is around 35 per 100,000. Now we can say the farmer murder rate is then evidently, if we use this approach, it's double that of the general murder rate, but it's actually, in fact, it's much worse because there's another variable that you need to consider. But before I need to go to that variable, there's something else I want to say, which is if you compare farm murders to similar murders in rural areas. In other words, murders committed during house robberies. During house robberies, there were two attempts to compare the two. James Myberg, who's the editor of Politics Web, concluded in the year 2002 to 2003 that South African farms were, that's on page 46, I have the sources and everything, South African farms were 16.7 times more likely to be attacked than South African households were likely to be robbed. So if you live in a household, the average household in South Africa, if we talk about the hypothetical twin brothers, so the one lives in a household, the average household in South Africa, the other brother lives in the average farm. The brother who lives on a farm, according to this calculation, is 16.7 times more likely to be attacked if you use this approach. There was another study which found that from different years, which said that farms are about 9 times more likely to be attacked. So one study said 60 times more likely, another one said 9 times. But if I can go to what I described earlier as probably the most important variable that is neglected, is we must remember that farm murders by definition, or farm attacks by definition, excludes social fabric crimes. While about, I think it's about 80%, there we go, 16% of murders in South Africa, of all murders, are committed during the commissioning of other crimes. So what you need to do, we need to remember, if we say that the murder rate in South Africa is 35 per 100,000, more or less 80% of those murders were social fabric crimes. It's people killing each other during a drunken brawl, it's domestic violence, it's people who know each other and then the one person murders the other. So if you really want to do a like-for-like comparison, you need to take all the murders or the murder rate in South Africa, and then you need to extract, you need to remove the social fabric crimes, because by definition a farm murder is not a social fabric crime. If a husband murders his wife on a farm, it's not a farm murder. So that, in other words, it's 35 per 100,000 minus 80%, you could say. And then you have to compare that to the farmer murder rate. So it's you could say, you could make the argument that it's 10 times higher. But again, it's a very controversial debate because there are so many variables that you have to consider.
At the bottom of page 47, you deal with it in your book, and you say, if you could just read out that last last 2 sentences.
That's the paragraph I was talking about. So page 47 in the book, the bottom paragraph. I'm quoting James Myberg, who's the editor of Politics Web, who did an investigation into this. And I'm saying Myberg rightly points out that a major problem with comparing a national farmer murder rate to the national average is that most murders fall in the category of social fabric crimes. In other words, cases where someone is stabbed by an associate in a drunken brawl, or a man beats his wife to death in a rage, while farm murders are by definition not social fabric crimes. And then I quote from the article, from the paper, a like-for-like comparison of the farmer murder rate to the South African murder rate would be between the rate of farmer murders with the national rate of South Africans killed during robberies and other such crimes, explains Myberg. In their report, end of the quote, the quote continues, in their report on the 2011 to 2012 crime statistics, the SAPS states that 16% of murders are committed during the commissioning of other crimes. A back-of-the-envelope calculation puts the national rate on a farm, your chances of being murdered in Stad, where a young man was convicted of having murdered his sister and his parents. And that's another example of a case that we initially thought this was a farm murder. But given that the person who was eventually found guilty was actually the son of the victims, that then by definition means it's not a farm murder. So that was a social fabric crime. It would not have been a social fabric crime if the perpetrator was someone from outside, someone from town, coming in with the intent to murder these people for whatever reason. It could be different motives, but the motive is not a social motive. It could be just wanting to steal money. It can be political. It can be there can be various motives, and I'm sure we can discuss that if you want.
I'd like you to turn to it's page 49 of the book, You have a photograph in there. The caption is entitled "The White Cross Monument."
Yes.
Could you describe what that photo is?
Yes, it's a monument in Limpopo. It's north of, it's just south of Polokwane, next to the N1. You can see it from the highway. To the right, if you drive up north on the N1 north, you'll find it on your right, sort of maybe 20 minutes before you reach Polokwane. It's a monument for the victims of farm murders. And what this monument represents is every cross on the monument is representative of someone who has been murdered during these attacks. I'm not sure if the monument is still updated. I know every now and then you hear people going to say we're going to update the monument and then they plant new crosses. So I'm not sure how many thousand crosses there are on the monument, but there are several thousand crosses. And the idea is that each cross, it's planted in the form of a cross, and at the top of the monument it says plaasbestuurder, which means farm murders.
I'd like now to turn to a different portion of your book. We've spoken about the prevalence of the attacks. I now would like to turn to the question about the nature of the attacks. Chapter 4 of your book, at page 51, is entitled "Brutality, How Bad Does It Get?" Can you give us an overview of that chapter to start?
Yes. So chapter 4, this is about the extent of the violence that is being used during these attacks. And as I said at the beginning, our argument is that there are 4 reasons why why this crime phenomenon is very unique. The first one is the unique frequency. The second one is the unique levels of brutality. And the purpose of this chapter is to explain to the reader why we say this particular crime phenomenon is manifested in unique levels of brutality. So in terms of the chapter, we discuss, I discuss what is torture. There's the whole discussion about the definition of torture. And then I mention cases, some of the really atrocious cases of murder. And then I take 2017 as an example because the book was published in 2018. So I said, just to give an illustration, I said, well, let's look at the last year and let's discuss the people who were tortured in this past year, just the year before the book was published. And I spend, it's from page 57 up until page 60. So it's about 3 or 4 pages I use to, let's say 3 pages, to explain the extent of the brutality. What I also do in this chapter is I discuss the observations by Crime Scene Cleanup, which is a private company that is hired to clean crime scenes. And they've written a book called Blood Sisters, or someone wrote a book about them. No, I think they actually wrote the book. There was a follow-up that was written by someone else. And they discuss their work. And there's a chapter in their book about farm murders. And they say, I can't remember how many of these farm murder or farm attack crime scenes they've been called out to clean the crime scene. And they say that it's some of the worst scenes they've seen. And then also I explain some of the things that they have seen during on these crime scenes.
And if we can start with the definition of torture, how torture could be understood.
Yes. So I use the United Nations Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman and Degrading Treatment or Punishment, which is abbreviated as UNCAT, UNCAT. I use their definition of torture, and I quote it here. I say, torture means any act, that's on page 52 of the book. Torture means any act by which severe pain or suffering, whether physical or mental, is intentionally inflicted on a person for such purposes as obtaining from him or a third person information or a confession, punishing him for an act he or a third person has committed or is suspected of having committed, or intimidating or coercing him or a third person, or for any reason based on discrimination of any kind, when such pain or suffering is inflicted by or at the instigation of or with the consent or acquiescence of a public official or other person acting in an official capacity. It does not include pain and suffering arising only from inherent in or incidental to lawful sanctions. And there's a bit of a controversy, so there's a discussion of whether that's the appropriate definition or not. We can really narrow it down or simplifying by saying that torture is when excessive levels of brutality is being inflicted on the victims, or excessive or unnecessary levels of violence, which doesn't make sense if you compare that to what the purpose of the crime is.
On the previous page, towards the top of the page, you cite what the criminologist Christian Bezuidenhout describes torture as. Could you read that out for us?
You want me to read the whole page, or which chapter, which paragraph?
Yes, starting from according to.
Okay. So that's page 51 in the book.
From the beginning,
Okay,
as if the frequency.
As if the frequency with which South African farmers are being attacked and killed is not enough, the extreme levels of brutality that accompany these crimes are a matter of grave concern. According to criminologist Christian Bezuidenhout, tortures during farm attacks are both instrumental and non-instrumental by nature, as the victims are sometimes tortured with the aim of obtaining something from them, such as the keys to the safe, but also to inflict psychological harm. And then I quote, "The most common forms of physical torture that occur during the commitment of a farm attack include beatings, stabbings, burning victims with boiling water, molten plastic, and hot clothes irons." End quote. Writes Christian Bezuidenhout. Again, quote, "It also includes instances of detainment against the victim's will and assaults on the sexual integrity of the person. Some farmers are even slaughtered like animals or dragged behind their own vehicles. In brackets, they are tied to the vehicle with a rope and then dragged for vast distances. End quote. Duxita Mistry, senior researcher at the Institute for Human Rights and Criminal Justice Studies at Technikon SA, and her colleague, Jabu Dlamini, found that the most common forms of violence the attackers displayed were burning, strangulation of the victims, pointing of firearms, and gagging of the victims with a cloth. Quote, "Psychological torture during farm attacks," Bezuidenhout continues, "includes belittling, threats, attempted and threatened assaults, and threats to other family members. Sometimes they are forced to undress whereafter their sexual integrity becomes the focus of defamation."
You mentioned earlier that you'd taken out an example of the year. Can we go through that in some detail so that you can give us an indication of the particularities of particular people who were attacked and what happened to them? You on page 53 state that during the financial year of 2016-2017, victims were tortured at least 17.6% of the 74 farm murders that occurred that year. And then you ask, how bad does it get?
Yes. So I say that's, I think, another very important paragraph in the book is page 53, where I say exactly what you said now, that in that year, of the farm murders that committed in that year, there were at least 13 tortures. So that's almost 20%. It's almost 1 in 5 of the victims. Maybe if you want me to go through it, I see it's 3 pages. Maybe I should just read the 3 pages if you're happy with that, then I don't miss something. So we're talking about 2017 as a case study to say what was the extent of the violence inflicted on the victims during that year. So I start on the bottom of page 57. On 2 February 2017, Trevor Rees, 79 years old, was attacked on his farm near Underberg in KwaZulu-Natal. The attackers attempted to drive through his bedroom wall with a tractor. When their attempt failed, they broke the front door open. Rees's arms and legs were tied behind his back with an electric cable, after which he was beaten. The attackers then started torturing him with a pair of pliers. The attackers left with the items that had been stored in Rees's safe, only to return the following day. This time they poured jig bleach down his throat. Rees died several days afterwards as a result of the injuries. On 17 February 2017, a Welsh couple who had immigrated to South Africa, Roger Solik, 66 years old, and his wife, Christine, 57 years old, were attacked on their farm near Pietermaritzburg in KwaZulu-Natal, shortly after they had switched off their lights. The two attackers switched on their bedroom light and demanded money and the car keys. Christine was stabbed and was bleeding excessively. Their hands and legs were then tied together and pillowcases were pulled over their heads before they were loaded in a vehicle. The attackers drove to someone's house and sold them the TV and DVD set for 1,000 rand, which is about $80. We then, and then it's a quote, "We then decided to get rid of them," testified Xolani Brian Ndlovu, who was 32 years old, who pleaded guilty to the murders. The Soliks were driven to a bridge over the Inzinga River and thrown into the river. Christine's body was found in the river about 45 kilometers or 28 miles from their home. She had drowned, but she had also suffered multiple injuries. Roger's body was found the next day. A post-mortem found that he had died of asphyxiation. And then it's a quote, "What facts could ever help anyone understand the emotion of knowing your parents were fished out a river, one of them broken and caught on a branch, the other bloated and eaten by crabs?" Their son Gregory later wrote in a statement. He continued, "How do you explain what it is like to bury your mother on her birthday in front of her elderly and traumatized mother, my grandmother?" Gregory's sister, Jessica Carlson, wrote that she can no longer admire the beauty of South Africa. "Every mountain I look upon, all I see are my parents' faces as they passed alongside a desolate dust road to their unfathomable end." In the early morning of 19 February 2017, the Irish farmer, Robert Lynn, 66 years old, and his British wife, Sue Howarth, 64 years old, were attacked on their farm near Dalstroom in Mpumalanga. The men sat Lynn down on a chair in the lounge and started torturing him with a blowtorch and knives. He was burned on his feet, legs, and stomach, and stabbed in the stomach, hands, and neck. A plastic bag was pulled over his head. He was shot in the neck and dumped in a field with the plastic bag still tied over his head. Howarth's skull was fractured, and she was towed across the gravel road. Lynn survived, but Howarth passed away shortly after the attack. The story received international coverage due to the fact that Lynn and Howarth were British nationals. Lynn said afterwards that what troubled him most about the entire incident was that the men, and I quote here, "appeared to have no real motive other than stealing a small amount of money." The story of how Lynn and Howarth were tortured and what happened following the attack is divided into little pieces, with a piece being told at the beginning of each chapter of this book. On 10 March 2017, Nikki Simpson, 64 years old, was attacked by two men on a farm near Vogwil in Gauteng. She was tortured for several hours with an electric drill and sharp objects. Late in the afternoon, a passerby saw Simpson's dog lying dead at the farm gate and called for help. Simpson was found lying in a pool of blood with a serious head injury, broken ribs, lacerations to her wrists, stab wounds on her arms, and puncture wounds to her feet. The farmhouse was reported to be covered in blood. She was rushed to the hospital and managed to survive. 4 cell phones, a laptop, a firearm, and her vehicle had been stolen. The vehicle was found soon after the attack, deserted. On 6 August 2017, Herman Botha, 64 years old, from Groblersdal, died during a farm attack. He was overpowered when he came back from viewing his cattle, beaten with an iron pipe and tied up in the bathroom. His wife, Macy, their daughter-in-law, Benita, and their 3 children were also tied up. Herman's son, Bernard, was severely beaten by the attackers. Herman who had had heart surgery just a few days before the incident, presumably died of a heart attack. Victor Cook, 75 years old, and his wife Gwen were attacked on their small holding near Potchefstroom in the northwest on 17 August 2017. They were stripped naked, and Gwen was asked to choose whether she prefers to be raped or shot. She replied that she would rather be shot. They were then tortured with cooking oil and boiling water. Melted plastic was dripped over their bodies. Victor was also stabbed with a knife. The attackers eventually fled with a few hundred rands, cell phones, and a revolver. Victor died in hospital. Gwen survived. On 19 August, Anton Smuts, 62 years old, was attacked on his farm near Kinross in Mpumalanga when he went to check on the cattle. That evening, another farmer in the area saw a fire burning on Smuts' farm and went to investigate. Upon arrival, he discovered Smuts' charred body burning inside his pickup truck. At around 1:30 in the morning, on 22 August 2017, Anton Miller, 35 years old, woke up on his small holding near Springs in Gauteng. He walked to the kitchen, where he was overpowered by 4 armed men. 3 of the 4 carried handguns with silencers. Also, 3 of them were not wearing balaclavas, and they told Miller that they did not mind if he saw their faces because they intended to murder him. They took Miller back to his bedroom, where they took off his clothes and tied his hands behind his back. They then plugged a clothing iron into the electric plug and started torturing him with it. They also used a pair of pliers to torture him while asking him for money. He was then taken through the house and beaten repeatedly with several objects. During the incident, Miller prayed out loud, asking God to protect him. At 4:30 in the morning, the attackers left him there, fleeing the scene with some stolen items, including electronic equipment. He survived.
Turn to page 54 of your book. And at the bottom of that page, on March 6th, if you could, page 54, my lord. If you could start by reading at the bottom there from on March 6th.
Yes. On 6 March 2009, Alice Lotter, 76 years old, and her daughter Helen, 57 years old, were tortured to death on their farm in Allen Ridge, near Welkom in the Free State. Their home was several hundred meters from the Allen Ridge police station. Both women were tortured for hours, being stabbed with broken glass bottles in their vaginas. One of the women also had her breasts cut off while she was still alive. Helen's injuries were so extreme that a medical examiner was unable to tell if she had also been raped. Alice had been stabbed in the neck and throat and had drowned in her own blood. The blood was used to write the words, "Kill the boer," on the walls of their homestead.
On page 60, you'd referred to them earlier, the 2 sisters who ran this company called Crime Scene Cleanup. Could you tell us about what their evidence was, the nature of these attacks?
Just repeat the question. Tell us about what
their reflections were on the nature of these attacks.
So, I've met these 2 ladies a few years ago. They run a company, as I said, and you said now, called Crime Scene Cleanup. And their book, called Blood Sisters, is about their endeavors in South Africa and what they experience on crime scenes. And they write about gang-related violence, and they write about, suicides, and not only, crime scenes, or not only people being killed, also animal incidents and so forth. And then there's a chapter about farm murders. And they say that they've had to clean more than 100 such crime scenes. And here's a quote. She says, the Jager says, That's on page 61 of the book. The atmosphere on the scene of a farm murder is noticeably different. They then say that they believe the word farm murders is misleading. To describe what's happening on these farms as farm murders is misleading. And they say that they believe the word farm torture or farm terror is more appropriate. And then they say also, in a farm murder, that's their observation. Robbery is seldom the motive. Robbery is merely a side effect. Murder is the motive. Revenge, another element. Actually, after what we've seen on many different scenes, we can't help thinking that it's actually all about torture and murder.
What are the sorts of scenes that they had seen?
Well, I remember reading their book, and there were some scenes that is almost not possible to imagine the extent of the brutality. And what they've said, they make the comment in somewhere in the book where they say that, well, maybe it's not a long section. Maybe instead of summarizing, I can read to you a section from that. They say it's underestimated. They say that people don't know about the hours of torture. Then they say, that's on page 61. We see it in this is a quote from their book, we see it in what we find after a murder like that. An old woman being raped in front of her husband. An old man whose Achilles tendons are cut so that he can't walk. After that, he is executed on his knees. That is the case with most men being killed in farm attacks. They are shot execution style. They then talk about, I'm not going to read everything, how some of the scenes are really extremely horrific. And then they say that they are aware of cases where it's reported, the way it's reported is it's sort of a bit toned down, and the details of the attacks are not reported in the media, sort of out of respect for the families. And then there's a discussion of whether that's the ethical thing to do or not. They continue what they say they've witnessed. They say, that's on the bottom of page 61. Attackers like to cut the women's throats or to push broken bottles up their vaginas. The so-called blood sisters talk about how sharp objects are pushed up women's genitalia, including fishing rods, glass bottles, and sharpened broomsticks. In one case, the woman was found with the sharpened end of a broomstick sticking out of her throat. They describe a crime scene in which a farmer was tied up, gagged, and forced to watch how the attackers took turns to rape his wife. Once the attackers had finished, they took a shard of broken glass and started mutilating her private parts. They go on talking about how elderly victims and children are especially targeted. There's one they talk about in particular. They say, in the case above, where the farmer was gagged and forced to witness raping his wife, the couple's son was also drowned in a bathtub. And then I quote, I'll read the section, it's page 62. One of the most nauseating scenes was where a grandfather, grandmother, and their two children, aged about 4 and 6, had been killed. The old man was frail and sickly, and his wife tried desperately to protect her loved ones. We could clearly tell that from the scene. The grandmother was restrained and raped behind the kitchen counter, while her grandchildren were killed just a few meters from her. Judging, and then I quote, judging from the pattern of her bloody hand marks, it looks as if she tried to get to them, but she was pulled back repeatedly. Can you even begin to imagine the emotions going through her mind? There were 2 big pools of blood less than a meter apart where the children had been murdered. In another case, an old lady was beaten to death with a golf club under her bed when the attackers realized that they were not able to pull her out from under the bed. In some cases, the victims' faces are beaten to an unrecognizable pulp, beaten over and over until no facial features are discernible, only a bloody mess. The blood sisters have witnessed where the nails of the victims had been removed and placed next to the dead bodies, and frequent cases where body parts, especially genitalia, had been removed. In some cases, the victims were scalped. In one case, the dismembered body parts of a murdered farmer were thrown in a chicken coop where the chicken started pecking at it. The methods of torture used are not only physical. Often, the psychological element is far worse, such as the case with Christine Otto, whose late husband's ashes were poured over her head. Tina van Wyk, who was told by her attackers that they would make her feel like a special woman, and so forth. An extended case of psychological torture, which apparently never made the news, was witnessed by the Blood Sisters. They once had to clean up a scene where a young man had been killed on a farm. A week afterwards, the young man's mother was killed on the same farm. A week thereafter, the father was also murdered. And then they say, we think they wanted to extend the suffering, says Skitter. Just think, 1 week you bury your son, a week later your wife, and you know the murderers are still out there. When the farmer himself was eventually killed, he was cut up and completely dismembered. His hands, arms, and legs were all cut off at the joints. The pieces were then neatly put together back where they should be, a scene described as a human puzzle. His body parts were displayed with the arms spread out as if he had been crucified. Inside the house, little heaps of ashes and dolosa were found, suggesting that a spiritual ceremony had been executed during or after the attack. However, it is not only humans that are subjected to excessive levels of violence, as pets are also often killed during these attacks. On several occasions, pets' throats are slit. Other methods of killing pets include kicking them to death or crushing their heads. And then it's a quote from the Blood Sisters, as if these bastards get joy from this.
I'd like to pause here for a moment. At the beginning of today, we showed some footage of the song Kill the Boer being sung and of a speech given by Mr. Malema in Senekal. There's a line where Mr. Malema says, there are no farm murders in South Africa. There are no white people being murdered. Could you comment on that?
Can you just explain the question, or do you want me to say who made that comment?
The comment is made by Mr. Malema at a speech in Senekal. My question is what your reaction is to making that claim.
Firstly, I have to say that reading these sections from the book, for me personally, was quite difficult. My personality is of such that I don't tend to get emotional about things like this, which is probably why I'm able to be so involved with this campaign. But reading these sections as a parent with children is particularly difficult, and also reading it as someone who actually knew people who were murdered on such farms, or people, friends of mine, even family members of mine have been attacked. One such example is a family member of mine who was stoned on a farm, and she was eventually killed when a garden fork was pierced through her head. That's how they killed her in the Northwest. I didn't know her, it was extended family, but it's a cousin of my father. And my brother was attacked, and I can mention many examples. I think probably up to 12 examples of people I know who have been attacked and survived, or who have been killed. A friend of mine who went to school with me was shot dead in his bed, and so forth. So reading this, I kept thinking, as I was reading this now, I kept thinking about the faces of either these people, how I imagined they looked like, or the pictures I saw of them in researching this book, or the people I know, who've been through incidents like this. And to hear someone say, well, this is all just a lie, is very, very upsetting, and it's very reckless. And I would say reckless is a severe understatement. There can be much stronger words to use to describe someone who says that this is not true, it's not happening. There's a lot of examples in the book that I know just by reading about it, but there's also a lot of examples in the book, including some of the cases I discussed now, where I was able to meet with the family members afterwards, to have discussions with them. People who have been attacked, who have survived, or people whose loved ones were murdered and who are trying to make sense of what's happening. So it's really, really upsetting to hear people suggesting that this isn't true, it's not happening. And what upsets me even more is not so much how this makes me feel, but how this makes the victims feel. How a victim, someone who has been through something like this personally, a father, for example, who had to bury his, and this is an example of what actually happened, a father who had to bury his daughter, who was murdered in front of his grandchildren. In other words, a wife was murdered in front of her children, and then she was buried by her father. And what should someone like this think? And now this is an example of someone I know, who I've spent some time with. What should this person think when he hears politicians singing, "Kill the boer, kill the farmer," and then making comments like, well, this doesn't really exist, this crime phenomenon isn't real? It means that the pain isn't real, these people aren't real, that their suffering isn't real, that they simply don't matter. And it's really, really atrocious, to say the least.
Is this phenomenon of denying these kinds of killings, do we see this in other areas?
You mean other areas in particular, or you mean other crimes?
Are there other instances where politicians will deny that killings
Yes,
are taking place?
unfortunately, we've had quite a lot of that, and I mentioned quite a few examples of that in the book. The best known case would be when President Ramaphosa went to the Nations, to New York in, I think, 2018. It was after this book was published, and he was asked about farm attacks and farm murders, and he said that it's not happening. I know his exact words were, "There are no farm killings. There are no killings of farmers or white farmers in South Africa." And there are other examples, but what we also know is pretending that the problem doesn't exist is one thing, but then we also have blaming the victim, which is another thing which is very seriously. Is politicians. I remember Deputy Minister Obed Bapela in particular, because I was present when he said that. He said, "We must remember that these people are being murdered like this because of the way they treat their farm workers, even when there's not evidence of this being the case, or very little evidence." It's very alarming, firstly, to try to pretend that this phenomenon isn't real, or secondly, saying, well, yes, these people just deserve what's coming to them. I'm trying to figure out which one is worse. They're both quite atrocious.
At the end of this chapter, you have a section called "The Significance of Overkill." Could you explain that section? It starts at the bottom of page 63.
Well, maybe it's a short section. It's half a page, so I'll just read it. It's on page 63. "The levels of brutality and violence can be regarded as one of the characteristics of farm attacks," writes Lorraine Claassen, a senior researcher at the AfriForum Research Institute. Quote, "The apparent motives of the attackers are for the most part out of context with the associated violence displayed," she concludes. "The extreme levels of violence are used to intimidate landowners with the sole purpose of scaring the farmers away from their property to facilitate the land invasion process," argues Niels Moelman of the Department of Criminology at the University of Limpopo. He further argues that the spoils obtained during these attacks can be regarded as a bonus and not the primary aim of the attack. Overkill can be defined as an excess of something, such as a quantity or an action, beyond what is required or suitable for a particular purpose, or the amount by which destruction or the capacity for destruction exceeds what is necessary. it is evident from all the above-mentioned examples that these attacks coincide with significant levels of overkill, and that the brutality of farm murders is in many cases totally unrelated to the value of the items stolen in such attacks. The horrific levels of violence that are evident in farm attacks are, however, a matter that is swept under the carpet by the South African government, politicians who are aligned with the ruling ANC, the SAPS, and many mainstream commentators. This, in turn, arises serious questions about the motive of the attackers, a matter that will be explored in Chapter 8 of this book.
I'd like us then to turn to Chapter 8, which is at page 107 of your book. 107. In the book. Yeah. If I could ask you to start with a short summary of the nature of that chapter.
So this chapter is about motive. There's a big discussion or debate about what are the motives beyond farm attacks. It's probably one of the most controversial issues regarding this phenomenon is the question of why are these attacks happening? What are the attackers thinking when they commit these crimes, or what are they thinking when they plan to commit these crimes? What drives someone to decide to do this? So what I do in this chapter is, firstly, I look at what the farmers themselves say, what they believe the motives are, because we interviewed people and asked them, why do you think these attacks are happening? Especially victims, people who have been attacked. Why do you think this attack happened? And then I list some claims by the South African government, by politicians, what politicians say about the motive. And then the most important section probably is the findings by the Committee of Inquiry into Farm Attacks, which is discussed on page 111. And then, quite importantly, I then criticize those findings. I say, because this is the findings that are most often quoted when people talk about why these attacks are happening, they usually quote the Committee of Inquiry's findings. And I believe that these numbers are wrong, and we can discuss that. And then what's also important is, well, two sections towards the end, is attempts to find a third force. So I discussed Dr. Johan Burger, who was a general in the SAPS in charge of rural safety, and then after that, when he retired, he went to the Institute for Security Studies, and he has spent a lot of time trying to find out if there's somehow some form of a third force that's planning these attacks. And to summarize, he could not find any evidence to that effect. And then towards the end of the chapter, I go to the political climate, which sort of lays does the groundwork for this second part of this book, which is about the zeitgeist, or the spirit of the times.
Could we then start maybe with the claims of the farmers?
So we interviewed victims, people who have been attacked in these attacks, and we asked them, what do they think the motives are? And then it's summarized in a table on page 109, table 9, which is entitled Victims' Perception of Motive. And the victims say, 56.9% of them say that they think the motive is robbery. 11.8% say they believe the motive is racial hatred. 9.8% say they believe they've been paid by a third party. 7.8% say they believe the motive is revenge. It's page 109 of the book. It's a table there. Then 7.8% say the victim is intimidation to get off the land. 3.9% say the motivation is to instill fear. And then 2% say there's no motivation. But what is significant, I mentioned this on the previous page, is that 56.9% say they were motivated by greed, while 41.4% believe that the perpetrators are either motivated by racial hatred, wanting to commit revenge, to intimidate as landowners, to instill fear, or that they are paid by third parties. So if you count those others, it's in some form, you could say, political motivation in the broad sense of the word. Because almost half of the victims say that has something to do with the motivation.
And what are the claims by the South African government?
Well, so oftentimes we find that it's just denied, as we discussed now, the extent of the problem. And then we've had some examples of, I mean, I can read through this section, but broadly it's, usually we find that the crime phenomenon is denied or downplayed by politicians, or they would say that labor-related issues plays a significant role. So these farmers are being murdered because of the way they treat their workers, which of course there's no evidence for that, and it's unfortunate that even Minister Nathi Ntetwa said that in 2012. But government's own research completely debunks. So the government's own research completely debunks the claim that these attacks are motivated by labor-related issues. But despite that, you still often hear representatives of the government make such claims. I mentioned the Deputy Minister Obed Papela, who said that, for example.
On page 110, you, in the middle of that page, you say the Committee of Inquiry into Farm Attacks made a finding in 2003 about the labor-related attacks. What was their finding?
So the Committee of Inquiry into Farm Attacks found in 2003, I'm quoting from page 110 in the book. The Committee of Inquiry into Farm Attacks found in 2003 that only 1.6% of farm attacks had been committed as a result of labor-related issues. And then in the next sentence, I say, the agricultural economist Herman van Schalkwyk stated the figure to be 1.25%. So there's been different attempts to calculate it. It's one study said it's 1.6%, another one said it's 1.25%.
And then if we look at the findings by the Committee of Inquiry into Farm Attacks, what were their findings on motive?
So the Committee of Inquiry into Farm Attacks looked into the number here, 2,631 cases. And they then categorized it into 4 categories, 4 motives. And the Committee of Inquiry found that 89.3% of these cases are committed, or these crimes are committed with robbery as motive, 7.1% with intimidation as motive, 2% with political or racial motives, and 1.6% with labor-related motives.
And do you have any criticisms of these findings?
Yes, there's actually 10 points of criticisms that I raise with regard to these findings, and mainly the criticisms on page. It starts on page 111, in other words, and it goes up to page 116. And part of the criticism is that there are a lot of variables or characteristics of farm attacks that are not explained by these findings, such as the extreme levels of brutality. It's not explained significantly if we say, well, 90% of these attacks are just committed with the intention to steal. That doesn't explain the fact that the people are tortured for hours. It doesn't explain the fact that we find oftentimes that people they have the ability to steal from the house because there's no one there, but then we find often, and this happens regularly, they wait for the farmer, for example, at his gate. They wait for him, and then when he arrives home, they murder him, or they torture him, and then they take a cell phone or something. And now to say, well, 90% or 89% is just the intention to steal doesn't make sense. But my single biggest criticism, and I think academically the most important, is what is called the fallacy of the single cause. It's a generally accepted logical fallacy, which happens when you reduce a complicated phenomenon to a single cause, when in fact there could be multiple causes. And so what this study did was it took these 4 potential motives: robbery, intimidation, political or racial, or labor-related, and then it tried to squeeze every incident into one of these 4, when in fact it can be all 4. You can commit a farm murder with the intention to steal, but also with a political motive. Or you could with the intention to steal, or also because you want revenge for something, or because of a labor-related issue or something. So to try to reduce every farm attack to having a single motivation, to my mind, is a fallacy. And we've seen in many cases that you can't say, if someone says, I went to the farm to steal, and I took this cell phone and I took some money, I took 300 rands, but by the way, I tortured this person for 4 hours, and I dismembered him, and I gouged out his eyes and everything. It's just not sufficient to say, well, the motive was robbery. So I think it's more complicated than that, but this is the study with regard to motive that is most frequently quoted, and I would say the most comprehensive as well.
Is there a danger then in quoting the study when it's presented as monocausal?
Well, there is. I think that, let's firstly say, this committee of inquiry into farm attacks did incredible work. They published a very thick, I think it's about this thick if I recall, their report on farm attacks. And it's a very useful study. I think the weak link in the study is their discussion of motive. And it's useful in the sense that it's an attempt, it's part of the discussion. It's an attempt to bring us closer to an answer. Although I just think they did it wrong. I think they could have done it better. But it is dangerous to use this study, even despite the fact that obviously it could have been done better, the methodology could have been better. And then to say, oh, well, 89% of farm attacks are motivated by the intention to steal money, so why are you complaining? Let's move on. I do think that is dangerous.
At page 113, at the top of that page, you give an instance of a person called Knowledge Mandlazi. Can you read out that section for us?
Oh, yes. Let me, if you don't mind, I'll read from the beginning of the paragraph, which starts on page 112. I'll read that paragraph. It says, while the possibility of multiple causes is acknowledged, oh, okay. So there are several characteristical, elements of farm attacks that are not sufficiently explained if we simply say 90% of these attacks are committed merely with the intention to steal. And this includes the extreme levels of violence. It includes the length or the time frame. We've had cases where, for example, people were tortured for up to 8 hours in some of the extreme cases. But oftentimes, the attacks occur over several hours. So if you simply go there to steal, why do you spend several hours on a farm? There's even been cases of perpetrators taking a break from the torturing to eat lunch and then go back to the torture. It doesn't explain that if you say, well, they just went there to steal. And it also doesn't explain the fact that oftentimes they can steal because there's nobody at the house. But then they wait for the people to come back. and then they ambush them when they arrive at the house, and they murder them, and then they say, no, we just went there to steal. So that's what I meant with that answer.
Then, if you'd like to read, then it's at page 112 at the bottom, numbered 3. Maybe that's
Yes.
the paragraph to start reading it.
So page 112 at the bottom, that's point 3. That's, in other words, my third criticism of the findings. I say, while the possibility of multiple causes is acknowledged in the report, this is not considered several pages later when the report concludes that the motive was clearly robbery in 89.3% of the cases. This is a classic example of the fallacy of the single cause, also known as oversimplification or causal reductionism. The conclusion ignores the obvious fact that a person who hates white people or who is influenced by songs such as Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer, may also murder a white person with the intention of stealing his property. In such a case, the purpose may still be said to be robbery, while a variety of other motives may have led to the eventual committing of the crime. Put differently, a person may harbor racist beliefs or political motives subconsciously. When Knowledge Paulus Mandlazi was charged for committing 5 farm murders, he responded in court that he had murdered these people because he wanted their money. He added that, and I quote, "My hate for white people made me do it." And he said that he regarded murdering white people as merely going to work. However, the judge found that there were no racial motives in this case, and that these crimes were committed only with the intention to steal. And then I just say in chapter 11 of the book, I deal with this particular case in more detail.
You give another vivid example lower down on that page. If you could go to its point 4, in the middle of that point, you have after the brutal slaughter of the Potgieter family. If you could just read the...
Yeah, I'll just read from the sentence before that. In many of the torture cases mentioned in chapter 4, the conclusion could still be made that the attackers were there with the intention to rob or steal. After the brutal slaughter of the Potgieter family, the attackers testified in court that they had murdered them with the intention to steal. And their stated version on what their motive was generally accepted. This despite the fact that during the attack, Ati Potgieter, who was 40 years old, was stabbed 151 times with a panga, or a machete, a knife and a garden fork, in full view of his daughter Wilmien, who was 2 years old, and his wife Wilna, who was 36, before they were executed with a gunshot to the head. After the attack, the attackers placed a sign on the front gate on which was written, "We have killed them, we are coming back."
Are there any other criticisms that you haven't yet mentioned that you have of this reductionist strategy of only having 4 causes?
Well, there are several. As I said, there's a list of 10. I can go through all 10 if you want. I would say the most important one is this fallacy of the single cause. Also, an interesting... one of the examples is that oftentimes we find that stolen items are abandoned after the attack. So, for example, especially vehicles, but not only vehicles, cell phones and so forth. They would steal a cell phone and they would steal a vehicle, and then several days later the police would find the vehicle abandoned somewhere along the road, or they would find the cell phone abandoned. So there's a list of criticisms to the conclusion that it's just largely or mostly the intention to steal. But the most important one, I think you can say that 90%, you might as well say that 90% of these attacks are committed with the intention to steal. But you cannot say that it's committed with the exclusive motive of the intention to steal. It's probably, or in many of the cases, I think it's the safer conclusion is that it's a variety of motives, a combination of motives that play a role. And we have this narrative or trend, is probably a better word, where if one of the motives was the intention to steal, the conclusion is usually that that was the only motive. And I think that's wrong.
Would you say then that the language should be to talk about primary, secondary, and tertiary motives?
Yes,
to take them all into
we can talk about primary and secondary motives, but there's another issue also, which is target selection. So you can have the intention to steal. You can be hungry and say, that's why I'm going to murder someone, or I'm going to someone's house and steal something, and if he's in my way, I'm going to kill him. But then you also have you can make a choice on who is your victim. You can choose to not to go to person A or B, but to go to person C. And so motive also plays a role in terms of target selection, even if your intention is stealing.
In other words, you might be motivated by, in other words, your goal is to steal, but who you steal from is a separate motive.
Exactly, that's exactly it.
At the top of page 116, you state, at the beginning of that paragraph, you could read it out for us, starting with, there also exists a political climate.
Just remind me where on page 116?
The top, the third line
Oh,
from
yes,
the
I
top.
see it. Do you want me to read that section? There also exists a political climate in which violence towards white people in general, but white or Afrikaner farmers in particular, has been romanticized and encouraged from public platforms for several decades. To argue that all farm murders are motivated by racial or political factors would be inaccurate. It would, however, be equally inaccurate to suggest that the political climate that exists in South Africa today is irrelevant when it comes to the safety of South Africa's farm producers, of food producers.
Now, at the beginning of this hearing, we presented footage of the respondents singing the song with alternative language of either shoot to kill the farmer, kill the boer, or kiss the boer. And we showed this footage at on a number of occasions for a number of years, from 2016, I think, up to 2019, at gatherings across the country, including Senekal, and including at Newcastle, in front of large crowds of people. What role does the singing of that song play in this, what you describe as a romanticization?
Yes. So the singing of songs or songs like these, play a very, very big role in the political climate. And what is very interesting, and that's another reason why we say these attacks are so unique, is it's obviously a very serious and a very unique crime phenomenon. It's one that is generally known. People know about this. People talk about this. I've been in other countries across the world, and I would say to people, I'm from South Africa, and then someone would comment, oh, that's the country where the farmers are being killed. And it's an issue that is debated and discussed in South Africa. I think there are very few people in South Africa who read the news who are not aware of this, or at least even if they deny the existence of the problem. But then what we have is this strange phenomenon where, despite this, we still have politicians actively encouraging it. If singing a song about this amounts to encouraging this crime phenomenon. We know that rhino poaching is a serious problem in South Africa, but we don't see people singing about how we should exterminate the rhinos. We know that copper cable theft is a priority crime, or cash in transit heists is a very serious problem. It's a unique problem. We don't see people encouraging copper cable theft or romanticizing it, or romanticizing cash in transit heists. Gang-related violence, you don't see it from politicians, at least. You will see gangs, or I presume, I'm not an expert on gang-related violence, the gangs would incite each other against different gangs. But you don't see politicians romanticizing gang-related violence. But we continuously see politicians romanticizing violence against farmers, and we see it all the time. It has become a characteristical feature of political life in South Africa. There's political gatherings where songs are being sung about how farmers should be murdered. And obviously then there's this argument where they say, no, well, we don't mean it and so forth. But that doesn't change the fact that we have politicians singing, kill the boer, kill the farmer. We have politicians singing, shoot to kill a man. We have politicians singing, dubula ibunu. We have politicians singing, one settler, one bullet. There's such a long list of these examples. And this is just another reason why this particular crime phenomenon is very unique.
You've said politicians. Can you be more specific about particular politicians?
Yes, well, there are smaller groups. We have groups like Black First, Land First, and things like that. But the single most significant and the single most influential person in this regard is undoubtedly Julius Malema. And the single most significant party in this regard is undoubtedly the economic freedom fighters. We see the same thing coming from within the ANC, but to a lesser extent. And with the victims I've spoken with, and in my research, if you talk about this, it usually goes back to Malema. And it's his own fault. And there are many examples. I mean, we saw the video with all the different songs and the speeches and so forth. I remember it was just before this book was published. It's not in this book. It might have been the day before this book was published. Someone made a tweet on Twitter to Julius Malema and said, people are saying that you are behind farm murders. And then Malema responded and he said, maybe, maybe not. So either, I'm not sure what he meant by that. He could be making a mockery of the problem, which is probably the least disturbing conclusion to make about a tweet like that. If someone says, maybe it is me, maybe I am encouraging people, maybe not. You know, just to say he's mocking, he's making a mockery is, I think, the least disturbing conclusion you can make. So yes, it is very serious, and Julius Malema in particular, through the last decade, more than a decade, has been at the forefront of this.
You testified earlier that Johan Burger, who's a senior researcher at the Institute for Security Studies, had tried to find out if there was a third force. When was he conducting this research?
I can see if there's an exact number in year in the book, but it was quite some time ago. Oh, here we go, 2000 and 2001, especially when he spent some time. So it was quite some time ago. As you said, he's a senior researcher at the Institute for Security Studies, but back then he was a general in the police general, particularly tasked with rural safety. And that was, as if you recall, when we spoke about the statistics, around 2000 and 2001 was really the high point, or the low point, when the numbers were at its highest. And so he spent quite some time researching this and trying to follow up on all the leads to find out if there's some big grand conspiracy behind what's happening.
What did he find at the time?
Well, at the time I mentioned some of the leads. He mentioned there were organizations that were pinpointed. I think one was called Blackjack. Yes, there we go. It's on page 117. And he found that he could not find evidence of let's call it a national conspiracy, or some big political movement actively, behind this. Someone who's sort of in the dark, pulling the strings and encouraging people to commit these or organizing these crimes. He could not find any evidence of that.
In the middle of that page, on 117, it says, Burger, however.
Yeah, okay. Burger, however, believes that the situation has changed drastically since 2003, and that a new study on the motive behind farm murders may reach a different conclusion. And then I quote, he said, the situation has changed dramatically, politically and otherwise. There are many more political statements. Think of Julius Malema and his party, threats of land grabs, the issue of land reform.
If we then go down to page 118, you have a section on political climate. Can you tell us how the political climate plays a role?
Yes, so we often get asked the question, to what extent are farm attacks or farm murders the result of songs like Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer, or Dubula Ibunu, or similar songs? And it's a difficult question to answer, particularly if your approach is, as is ours, that we have to be conservative and we should not make statements for which we don't have evidence. And there are evidence, or there is evidence of songs like this leading to actual farm murders, and I'm sure we'll get to that. But I think there's a more important question than, at least in terms of the media narrative, than simply, do you have evidence on whether these attacks lead, or these songs lead to these attacks? The more important question is the political climate. And our point is the more important question is about the political climate. And our point there is that there's a political climate in South Africa in which it is regarded as less condemnable if you murder a farmer. If you murder someone, it's bad. But if that person is a white farmer, in the political climate in South Africa, it's regarded as less condemnable, or not quite as bad as having murdered someone else. And we see that in the way, oftentimes it's reported in the media. We see that in the way politicians respond to crime. We see that in the deafening silence about this, the tortures we discussed earlier. I can't think, as I sit here now, of a mainstream or senior politician within the ruling party or within the EFF who have come out saying, listen, this is a very serious problem, we need to do something about this. It's just plainly, flat out ignored, or they would say that it doesn't exist, or they would say, well, they get what's coming to them. So there's a climate in which, if you want to murder someone, and you want not to be condemned, so severely, it's better to murder a farmer, because the backlash is not, the public backlash is not going to be that bad, especially in terms of government's reaction and politicians' reaction.
What is the danger of treating people as if they have different inherent worth?
Well, we've seen that, the danger of that. And I mentioned some of that in the book. It's a very slippery slope. We've seen that in South Africa, and we've seen that in other countries. When we standardize on a narrative where, based on people's identity or their ethnicity, or you could say religion, or something like that, the zeitgeist or the general feel among the population is that some people have a stronger worth than others. It generally leads to, in the good case scenario, it leads to discrimination on a major scale. In a bad case scenario, it leads to ethnic cleansing, and it has led to genocide in some countries in the world. So we cannot condone or accept a situation where people are being, based on who they are, based on the community in which they have been born, that determines how worthy they are, or how angry we should be if they become the victims of violent crime or discrimination or hate speech.
Clarity, said in the good case discrimination, do you mean that's the best of the worst cases?
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
If we could then turn to your chapter entitled Zeitgeist, chapter 11, at page 153. Can you give us a short summary of this chapter? It is at page 153 of the book. And
so, I mentioned earlier the word zeitgeist is a term that's generally used, which means the spirit of the times. And I then discuss the zeitgeist, the spirit of the times in South Africa when it comes to the issue of farm attacks, and particularly, especially within the context of political slogans and hate speech and so forth. So I give a bit of an introduction there, and then I discuss what one commentator has described as the brutal farmer stereotype, or the land thief stereotype, and that's the stereotype that if someone is a farmer, and if he or she, if it's a white farmer and it's a male, or it's a male especially, then the assumption is immediately that it's a brutal farmer. Just looking at a picture of a farmer, you can conclude that it's a brutal farmer just by saying, oh, it's a white farmer, so he must be brutal. So that's the stereotype that we have. I discussed that. I then discuss anti-Western sentiment in the zeitgeist of South Africa. If you listen to the speeches of political leaders, and there's a very strong anti-Western sentiment, especially among leaders of the EFF and so forth. I then discuss the encouragement of violence towards farmers, and I use several examples of violence being encouraged by political leaders, which includes speeches, it includes songs, it includes comments in the media, it includes pamphlets, flyers being distributed on campuses. It includes interviews during statements during interviews. It includes tweets on social media, and some comments by people, members of parliament who shouted certain things in sessions of the General Assembly. Then I talk about police incitement, which is the extent to which we can say that police officers have also, that's in more isolated or more extreme cases where even police officers have been involved with this level of incitement. Then I discuss targeting boer heritage or Afrikaner heritage, and Western heritage, you could say, in a sense, statues being targeted and so forth. Comments made in that regard. And then I go to farmers being murdered, and comments that have been made during farm murders, and the political element that we see in some, clearly manifested in some of these crimes as they play out.
At page 153, there's in the middle of, sort of the second paragraph, since the early 1990s. Could you read out that extract?
Page 153, second paragraph. Since the early 1990s, a political climate, or zeitgeist, if you wish, has started to develop in which white and Afrikaner farmers in particular are continuously presented as the source of evil in South Africa. It is a climate in which white farmers are depicted as racist criminals who steal the land and who exploit the workers. In the political sphere, the white farmer has become a personification of the Afrikaners or the Boers, and the Afrikaners or the Boers have become the personification of everything that is wrong with South Africa. Consequently, white farmers are repeatedly slandered from political platforms, in speeches, in statements, and even in struggle songs. It has been argued that white farmers acquired what they have through violence, and that there is no moral qualm about responding to this violence with physical violence. Would you like me to continue?
Yes.
Yeah. As a result, violence towards white farmers is frequently romanticized, especially in struggle songs. These songs are not merely sung by fringe groups, but by government leaders. In 2010, the ruling African National Congress went to court to protect its so-called right to sing songs in which the murder of white farmers is romanticized. More on this in the chapters to follow. Yeah. Sure.
This, what you describe as a vilification of white Afrikaners and of white Afrikaans farmers in particular, are there parallels with this vilification process that you can see in other countries?
Yes, there is. And we've seen that in many cases, especially during the 20th century. We saw that a lot. And we saw that with some of as a run-up to some of the greatest atrocities that have been committed, especially in the last century. Something similar happened in Rwanda, and it has been properly documented. The significance of hate speech, of vilification, of stereotyping, when people have been described as cockroaches, and the continued claim over a long period of time where it became normalized to regard a certain section of society as evil. And it became normalized to either make jokes about how they should be, exterminated, to make comments such as, we're not calling for their extermination, at least for now, as we've heard in one of the videos, or we're not calling for them to be slaughtered, at least for now. And it has become normalized to depict inflicting violence upon them as less condemnable. We've seen that in Rwanda, we've seen that in Europe in the run-up to the Second World War, we've seen that in other countries as well, and it is something that we should take very seriously.
You mentioned that there is a modus operandi of describing farmers as brutal or as land thieves, stereotyping this manner. Can you give us some examples of that?
Well, there are many examples. It's a regular pastime, but one thing that we still see regularly, and it happened, I think, very recently. When I say recently, I mean a week or two ago, there was an example. I can get the example for you if you want. But it's a regular thing where, especially in the way the public reacts to incidents of violence, when we have this tendency in South Africa to very quickly assume that a perpetrator is a white farmer. And we hear that in speeches. There would be an incident where there would be a victim on a farm, and then you read in the media this person was attacked by a white farmer or killed by a white farmer, and you hear people making speeches, and then once it's investigated, you find out that it wasn't a white farmer. It was a black person, for example. Or the person was not a farmer. It was someone living in town, white person from a nearby town who committed the crime. But it's just sort of accepted that, especially in rural communities, when someone does commit some form of an evil deed, you assume that it must have been one of those evil white farmers. And to the extent where we don't even have take proper cognizance of the facts anymore before we conclude this. And there are many such examples, and we see it in speeches when white farmers are so frequently depicted as the source of evil, or the prime targets of whatever political agenda.
I'd like you to open up your court bundle. If you could turn to page 13, 13, in the court bundle. At paragraph 25.
Yes.
If you could just read that paragraph. It's at the bottom of that page.
The editor of Politics Web, James Meyerberg, has drawn parallels with the words used by the EFF and the tactics used by Nazi propagandist Joseph Goebbels. And then there's a quote. I quote from his article. The propaganda of Goebbels and others aggressively accused the Jews of having done what the National Socialists proceeded to do to them. Thus, the expulsion of the Jews from state employment and the professions was justified by propaganda claiming the Jews had unfairly seized the best jobs for themselves. The dispossession of the Jews by propaganda that they had stolen their wealth from honest Germans. The murder of the Jews by propaganda that they were murderers of Germans. The war on the Jews by the claim that the Jews had declared war on Germany, and so on. The language used by Malema, white people, they, them, combines all white individuals, the young and the old, the long dead and the yet to be born, into a single group. Highly negative attributes, murder, criminality, genocide, viewing black people as animals, etc., are then ascribed to each member of this entity. This is done by taking crimes committed or allegedly committed by members of this group recently or hundreds of years ago, and then attributing guilt to the group as a whole.
The suggestion is then made that white people deserve to be punished because of the great powers of patience and forgiveness of but because of the great powers of patience and forgiveness of black people, they have not yet been. However, if they continue with their crimes and racism against black people and refuse to return that which they stole, all bets are off the table.
Can you respond to this passage from James Myburgh?
Well, it's a very striking passage, and it's very true, and that's exactly, I think, what we saw in the video clips before I testified is exactly this. Having read this now, my mind immediately went to the speeches that we listened to earlier today and the songs that have been sung. So if someone commits an atrocious crime and the perpetrator is white, the conclusion is, oh, look what the white people are doing. So in other words, you know, it's a crime that is then attributed to the entire group or spread onto the entire group. And it's very, very dangerous rhetoric. And it's not theoretically dangerous. It's not something that we can speculate as to where this type of reasoning could go, because it has happened. It has happened in many places in the world. And in South Africa, it has happened. And what I mean by that is, it's not a philosophical discussion when we talk about violence or when we talk about hate speech and romanticization and romanticizing violence and violence actually being inflicted, because it's actually happening. We see farmers being murdered while the EFF and Julius Malema is singing about murdering farmers. And it's something that we should take very seriously.
Just to pause here as well, that video where Mr. Malema said that there are no farm murders, that video was taken outside Senekal. Could you tell us briefly why there were people at Senekal at that occasion, what the backstory was to that?
Yes, so there was this public gathering at Senekal, several public gatherings that were connected to a trial of people who have been accused of the murder of a young man who was 21 years old, who was called Brendin Horner, who has since become a well-known name, which has since become a well-known name in South Africa. And Brendin Horner has, in a way, at least he's a recent victim, fairly recent, of this crime phenomenon, and he's in a way became a, maybe you can say, a poster child or a symbol of the farm murder phenomenon in South Africa. In a way, you can say the way in which Hector Peterson was a symbol of the struggle back in the 70s and the 80s. There were many other victims like Hector Peterson, but he became sort of a symbol figure. And it's the same with this. There are many other victims like Brendin Horner, but he became this well-known figure, partly because of the events that followed on his murder, how it was responded to by the Minister of Police, by the public, by angry people at the court building, the courtroom, by this, the reason why we're in court today. And so it became a well-known case in South Africa. And then we saw I think actually at the first hearing, I was there at the first public gathering outside the courtroom, and I can't remember seeing the EFF there. They recognized then that it was a big issue. That's at least my speculation, because it was widely reported in the news. There were, I don't know, more than 1,000 people there, I'm guessing. And then there was a second hearing, and then they were there. And that's when Julius Malema made this comment that, well, no farm murders, there are no farm murders in South Africa.
My Lord, I noted that in chambers you'd request that we finish at 4:45. I thought that this might be a good juncture to pause and we proceed tomorrow morning.
Mr. Brooks, we're going to adjourn again until tomorrow. You're still on the stand, and therefore you remain under oath. But Before we adjourn, I just have a short comment to make. You know, the Afrikaners have got a very nice way of putting a number of things. There's a saying in Afrikaans that there's die klein dingetjies wat tel. And that there's die klein dingetjies wat ons nie doen, wat alles ander verander. Now I have observed the whole morning people walking in and walking out. I think I thought I was demonstrating that it is important to show respect to the court. I expect when you walk into this court, you show respect. As you walk out, you don't walk out and stand at the door there with your cell phone and then you bash out, you come back. It's those kind of small little things are things that get things out of the rails. You can see somebody is walking in right now as I speak. And I saw also there's an officer of the court sitting at the back. I would wish her to tell the person who kept coming in to speak to her, a lady in a black dress. She seemed to me seated here, like also an officer of the court. You tell her that I plead, we are not in a lawless court. Let's do what the ethics and the rules of the court requires of us. And this includes also the media. You don't just walk in and walk out because you're from the media. I observed also a number of the people from the media doing that. Please, that is net die klein goedies wat tel. Thank you very much. We will adjourn. We will meet again tomorrow at 10 o'clock. The court shall adjourn.